Everybody's here. Yeah, you think.
Chair Summers, the recording has begun.
Okay, it looks like you're on.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. I had to do that. It saves time. Just a note, there is overflow viewing across the hall, and there are seats available over there. If anybody wants to avail themselves of that, it is available. So the May 28th, 2026 Board of Directors meeting is called to order. I'm Sound Transit Board Chair Dave Summers, and I want to welcome everyone attending the meeting both in person and via Zoom. And could we have everybody's attention, please? Thank you. Okay, particularly folks in the back, if you're having conversations, you take them outside or just, yeah, we need the space. Thank you. So first off, we want to acknowledge the original inhabitants of this beautiful land that we occupy. At Sound Transit, we serve 14 regional tribes, and since time immemorial, they have hunted, fished, gathered, and taken care of these lands. We respect their sovereignty, their right to self-determination, and honor their sacred spiritual connection with land and the water. And today we are offering live simultaneous interpretation services in Cantonese and Mandarin for those in the Ruth Fisher boardroom. If you need interpretation services and you are here in person with us today, please speak with staff at the table outside the boardroom. And could the interpreter speaking Cantonese repeat that information?
今日我哋咧喺呢個會議，我哋有廣東話同埋國語嘅同步翻譯服務。如果你哋需要呢個服務，亦都係親身喺呢個場合嘅時候，你可以喺我哋出邊嗰張台咧係有人，即工作人員可以幫助你用呢個耳機嘅。
Thank you. And for the interpreter speaking in Mandarin, please.
今天在现场，我们有提供粤语跟普通话的同传翻译服务。如果您有需要的话，请到后台拿一个耳机，就可以听到我们的同传。谢谢。
Thank you. And I think we have all the board members here, so we don't need to ask you to turn on your camera and state your name. So we will pass on that. So Katie, would you do we have one? Oh. All right, for board members joining via Zoom, please turn on your camera and state your name prior to making any comments or asking any questions so the public and your fellow members know who is speaking. Katie, would you call the roll?
Claudia Balducci. Here. Board Member Balducci is present. Angela Burney. Here. Board Member Burney is present. Stephanie Fain. Board Member Fain is present. Cassie Franklin. Here. Board Member Franklin is present. Hunter George. See Board Member George in the virtual meeting.
I'm here. Thank you.
Member George is present. Thomas McLeod.
Here.
Board Member McLeod is present. Ryan Mello.
Here.
Board Member Mello is present. Julie Meredith. Here. Board Member Meredith is present. Teresa Mosqueda. Here. Board Member Mosqueda is present. David Partial.
Here.
Board Member Partial is present. Ed Prince.
Here.
Board Member Prince is present. Kim Roscoe. Here. Board Member Roscoe is present. Dan Strauss.
Here.
Board Member Strauss is present. Pete von Reichbauer. Board Member von Reichbauer is present. Christina Walker. Here. Board Member Walker is present. Katie Wilson. Here. Board Member Wilson is present. Gurmai Zahlai.
Present.
Board Member Zahlai is present. And Dave Summers.
Here.
Chair Summers, there is a quorum of the board, all 18 members present.
Thank you. So just at the top here, we will be reordering the agenda slightly, and we will hold an executive session after public comment and before consideration of the consent agenda, so that the board members will be exiting the room and the public can stay here, but we will have an executive session following public comment. So your meeting packet includes the monthly contract report. This report includes contracts, contract modifications, and MATOC task orders executed in April 2026 under the authority delegated to the CEO. So a few words up the top here. I've said before that how we grow as a region matters, that the choices we make about housing, transportation, and land use shape lives for generations. And today we put that belief into action. Since voters approved ST3 in 2016, 10 years ago, the financial environment has changed dramatically. Inflation, construction costs, supply chain disruptions, higher borrowing costs. The original delivery schedule is no longer affordable. That's a hard truth we've been facing, honestly, for the past year. But the need for transit investment in this region hasn't wavered, and neither has our commitment to delivering it. Last August, we sat down together and adopted 4 guiding principles, not as aspirations, but as a commitment. Everything in this system plan flows from those principles. Our regional connectivity, the spine gets built, Everett to Tacoma Dome. We're advancing light rail in every sub-area, West Seattle, the east side, south into Tacoma, and we're building a second downtown tunnel that will bring new connections and capacity to the heart of the region for decades to come. I also want to say a word about Ballard. We are currently funded to build through Seattle Center, and I know that's not the full vision, but we are committed to continuing to design the full project of Ballard, and we will keep working to find the resources to build it. That neighborhood deserves light rail, and we are not walking away from that goal. On future growth, we're looking at 600,000 daily riders by 2050, rail access for 360,000 more people and jobs, and 10,000 more zero-vehicle households connected to the system. These are the people who depend on us most, and this plan does not leave them behind. On the passenger experience, projects furthest along in environmental review and design keep moving. Our staff rated this plan high on project readiness. Riders will see results, and that matters. On fiscal integrity, when I asked staff to pull this plan together, I gave them 2 instructions. Work within our financial means and use every tool available to expand what we can deliver. Today, I believe we have done both. Before we get into the substance of the proposal, I want to acknowledge the tremendous amount of work that brought us to this point. This work was shaped in close partnership with King County Executive Gurmai Zahalai and Pierce County Executive Ryan Mello and their staffs. Their thoughtful and substantive engagement throughout this process helped strengthen this resolution, and each sub-area worked carefully and intentionally to prioritize the investments most important to their communities while remaining true to our commitment to sub-area equity. I also want to thank my fellow board members. Each of you went back to your communities, participated in town halls, met with stakeholders, listened to concerns, and brought those perspectives back into this process. I appreciate the collaborative spirit everyone has brought to these discussions, the willingness to problem solve together, share information openly, and stay focused on finding a balanced path forward. And I especially want to recognize Sound Transit staff, including Dow Constantine, Alex Krieg, and the entire Enterprise Initiative team for the extraordinary amount of technical, financial, and planning work behind this proposal. This has been an enormous undertaking, and it deserves recommendation. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. The amount of work that's gone into this, the dedication of the staff is really, really impressive and heartwarming, and the same with my fellow board members. And the behind-the-scenes work has been truly exemplary and open and collaborative. I also want to acknowledge something clearly. Many people across the region are disappointed, frustrated, and concerned about the impacts of these decisions. Some communities see projects delayed. Others worry about equity, timeliness, timelines, or whether commitments will ultimately be fulfilled. Those concerns are real, and they deserve respect. Over the past several months, the board has heard from thousands of residents through town halls, surveys, emails, testimony, and direct conversations. People have spoken passionately because transit matters deeply to the future of this region. A $34.5 billion gap is real, and there is no version of this plan without trade-offs. I don't pretend otherwise. Plan before you is a direct result of this board setting clear principles last August and holding to them through every hard conversation since. I want to be very clear, nothing in this proposal represents a decision to permanently eliminate the voter-approved vision. Nothing. The proposal does not cancel ST3, it preserves it. It prioritizes continued progress on major light rail extensions, keeps critical projects moving forward, and creates a framework that allows us to continue advancing projects as financial conditions improve and new opportunities emerge. The adaptive management framework is a critical piece of increasing transparency, clear on-ramps and off-ramps, better early warning systems, a more transparent path to move projects into construction when conditions allow. That's how we build trust with the communities who are watching us closely. And this is a starting point. It's not an end point. We are directing our CEO to pursue every available tool to advance the full ST3 program, and that work does not stop today. I remain as confident as ever that we will deliver what the voters approved. The adoption of the updated system plan allows the work to continue moving forward for all projects. Currently, West Seattle is the project in the forefront, but we are only at 30% design, and there still is a lot of work to do to secure the final package for the project. There are still many tough decisions ahead for the board. I've been on this board through a lot of chapters, good budgets and tight ones, expansions and hard resets. But what has never changed is this region's willingness to invest in its future. I saw it again through this process in the thousands of residents who showed up, spoke up, and stayed engaged even when the news was hard. That says something about this place. We are stronger when we work together, and together we can weather these challenges and continue building the regional transit system this region deserves. So it's been my honor to serve as board chair through this enterprise initiative, and an honor to work with each and every one of you and to work with the public to get this thing done, and we'll keep working on it. So I'll turn it over to Dow for his report.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. 14 months ago, when I took over the role of CEO, we identified a long-range funding gap, a problem that really starts to evidence itself in the mid-2030s and on into the next decade. The task, which will be accomplished over a matter of years, is to close that gap and deliver the benefit of the plan voters approved in 2016. But in the immediate term, we are required by law to adopt a system plan that matches our long-term financial projections as they exist today. A plan that's affordable on a regional basis and within each sub-area. And until we do that, we can't move forward building projects. That causes delay, and delay costs money. Almost a year ago tomorrow, I believe, this board held a retreat in Bellevue and set about charting a path to update our system plan. And in August, the board directed a process and adopted guiding principles to update the ST3 system plan and deliver a balanced long-range financial plan. Well, since then, even while completing the opening of multiple light rail extensions, the board and agency staff had devoted enormous time and attention to this work. That has included 2 additional board retreats. It has included dedicated discussions at virtually every board and committee meeting we have had throughout that year about the challenges and the opportunities. Sound Transit board members and staff have participated in more than 20 community meetings. They've heard many hours of public comment, received more than 17,000 responses to a region-wide survey. All of that informs the proposal in front of you today. Today's meeting and actions represent the culmination of the hard work and creative problem solving undertaken by Sound Transit board members, agency staff, and our community partners. I would like to sincerely thank every board member for the time you spent poring over financial and planning documents, engaging with diverse communities that comprise our taxing district, and advocating passionately for your priorities. I'm impressed by the single-mindedness that I have seen from board and staff and riders and the voting public about delivering the system that voters approved despite this challenge. And when you formally adopt an updated ST3 plan, as the chair said, it's really only at the beginning. The hard work is still ahead to identify the savings and the innovations, the resources that will deliver the regional connected system Central Puget Sound needs and deserves. So Chair Summers and members of the board, we on the staff are ready to roll up our sleeves. We are resolute, as is each of you, in our determination to deliver the entire system. I will remind those of you who've been around a bit that 20 or even 10 years ago, we were having to debate whether high-capacity transit was the solution. Well, today we are here surrounded by colorful shirts and signs of people wanting more transit to more places more quickly. We are delivering a product that the region has grown to appreciate and rely on: frequent, reliable, congestion-free transit. Sound Transit 3 is ambitious, and it reflects the visionary thinking that is, I think, one of the better qualities of our regional nature. We continue to build our capacity to deliver on that vision, and we will add something on the order of 30 stations and more than 40 miles of transit to the system we have already built, stitching together a still growing region. None of this work happens in isolation. We stand with local jurisdictions, community organizations, our labor partners, and our transit riders whose continued engagement strengthens the regional transit system. So, Mr. Chair, we, the staff, stand here today poised to bring the expertise, determination, and tenacity of the entire agency to bear on delivering the maximum benefits of Sound Transit 3 on behalf of the region. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dale. So we're going to move on to public comment. We will be doing 1 hour of public comment, and we have a few seats reserved up the front. So what we're going to do is we'll call 3 names up to the front, but we'll also call the next 3 names. So if you can stage yourselves up in the front row seats to be ready to get up, we can save time and hear from just as many of you as you can. We've got a long agenda today. So the board does welcome public comment as an important part of the public process. Comments are received and considered by the board in its deliberations. And board members have received written comments submitted before the meeting, and I'll ask Katie to read the names and summaries of those comments.
The board received comments from Linwood City Council and Jeff Ryan, highlighting the importance of keeping the Everett Link extension on schedule and including the creation of an Alderwood Mall station. From the city of Sammamish, requesting the North Sammamish Park and Ride remain a fully funded project on Sound Transit's Enterprise Initiative project list. From Shoreline Councilmember Chris Roberts, encouraging the board to engage in flexible thinking and ideas to continue building out the spine while building trains to Ballard and Issaquah. From Tequila City Councilmember Hannah Hedrick, encouraging the board to move forward with Boeing Access Road Station and commit to building it now. From Representative Rick Larson and Paula Good, supporting light rail plans that include completing the spine. From Renton City Councilmember Carmen Rivera, urging the board to support restoring funding for the Renton Transit Center parking garage. From Sophia Pastor and an unnamed commenter, requesting the board fulfill promises of the Everett Link extension. From Cecily Jansen, Donna Popich, and more, opposing the West Seattle Link Extension project. From Kristen Whittlemore, Stewart, Gilbert, Trevor, and unnamed commenters, providing differing articles for board members to review related to an elected board. Tunnel plans profiled from 2022, turning to UW for recommendations on link expansions or alternatives and efforts to eliminate the Ballard Link extension. From Emily Dickerson, Cindy Kruger, Raheem Rajan, and Mary Kate Ryan, urging the board to reject proposals that would compromise ST3 as voted and funded for. From Alex Remiglia, urging the board to move forward with Kirkland to Issaquah light rail projects. From over 75 individuals, urging the board to move forward with the Ballard Link extension. From Dorothy Jessic, Gary Johnson, and an unnamed commenter, questioning the priority placed on West Seattle Extension project over completing the spine. From Chris Carnes, urging the board to revise the Enterprise Initiative to split out downtown double tracking as an independent state of good repair project completed alongside one line service. From Caitlin Carlson, urging the board to vote no on proposals to forego funding towards the Ballard Link extension. From Brian Chow, requesting the board amend resolution number R 2026-11 to include the omitted racial equity analysis and defer DSTT 2. From Betty Lau, requesting a similar amendment to the resolution to include racial and ADA equity analyses. From Jack Miller, reflecting on high costs towards ST3 projects, noting outdated plans when funding is acquired. From Amir Kazi, commending the agency for HOV permit reserved area as it encourages riders to ride to stations as a group, helping reduce overall traffic and helping the environment while encouraging enforcement to reduce improper use of the spaces. From Ian Higgins, urging the board to not cut Sounder North trips for small savings towards other light rail projects. From over 20 individuals supporting the board member Strauss's amendments to resolution number R 2026-11. From an unnamed commenter urging the board to eliminate the Ballard Link extension. From Heller Borar opposing resolution number R 2026-11. From over 25 individuals and 2 unnamed commenters urging the board to build trains to Ballard while protecting Magnolia stations. From Maggie Fimia sharing the review of PSRC 2018-2022 and draft 2026 transportation plan, and the conclusion that performance forecasts revealed that the full build out of the ST3 light rail would not counteract falling transit ridership, increased highway congestion, and slow growth of the population living near transit stations. From Will Knedlick, highlighting the board's forthcoming revenue decision for current system plans to comply fully with the agency CFO's sworn declaration to the judge presiding over the process whereby all legal authority to raise agency sales tax was obtained. From Luke Benoit, Jack London, and others urging the board to approve Graham Street Station, highlighting its importance to South Seattle. From Tim Hands, supporting Chair Summers' amendments to Resolution 2026-11, highlighting additional Sounder South service. From Kylie Sullivan, reflecting on each amendment, noting support towards those that create changes to improve project outlooks rather than cutting at the margins, versus others such as $100 million for 700 space parking garage. From Matt Westerman, encouraging the board to urgently move forward with the West Seattle Link extension. From Kit Burns, suggesting the elimination of the East Portland Avenue station, locating the TDLE transit hub at the intersection of East 126th Street and East D Street, preserving the Freight House Square as part of the Tacoma Dome Link extension, crossing the Puyallup River using a clear span steel truss bridge. From Thomas Haliboy, Oliver Chen, urging the board to direct funding away from the DSTT2 and toward a Ballard starter line from Market Street to Westlake. From Martin Westerman, emphasizing the unaffordable projects and how they don't match ridership numbers. From Jeff Snedden, highlighting survey comments, identifying themes among those who respond, but believing that it does not tell the agency the broader beliefs, and suggests that the board rely on professionally designed survey research conducted by a qualified survey team. From Cristiano Martinez, highlighting board member McLeod's identifying of equity considerations as a major oversight of the enterprise initiative and clarifying that the regional connectivity and integration is the ultimate priority and scope of the agency. From Daniel Sparler, opposing the Graham Street Station, noting it would add insult to injury to pedestrians and stating it's not necessary to the Rainier Valley. From 17 individuals submitting a form letter requesting the board move forward with ST3 as voted for, published an open request to proposals for engineers, investigate more cost savings alternatives, pursue systematic cost savings, and a new revenue sources like enhanced service zones and climate commitment act funding. And finally, from over 750 individuals submitting a form letter urging the board to redirect funding to prioritize a Ballard starter line and require agency staff to release a transparent timeline for the Ballard Link extension within 30 days of passing resolution number R 2026-11.
Thank you. Following the meeting, the written comments will be posted on the Sound Transit website so the public may view them. I want to review our ground rules for in-person and virtual public comment. Since we have so many folks signed up, everybody will have 1 minute. And again, we're going to be taking testimony for 1 hour. So we'll go till 3 o'clock. All comments must be germane to the agenda items. Speakers should not make introductory statements and should avoid derogatory remarks, profanity, or personal attacks not germane to an agenda item. Speakers should also refrain from comments related to a political campaign or statements for or against a candidate or ballot measure. Speakers should not engage in conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of this meeting, including conduct that is not germane to the board's agenda or work. And please refrain from cheering and or chanting during public comments so we can easily move from commenter to commenter. This is the only warning speakers will receive. And again, we have 3 empty chairs in the front row, so we'll be calling up speakers and then teeing up the next 3 to move as quickly as we can. So we'll begin with comments from people in the Ruth Fisher boardroom based on the order in which they signed up to speak. Clerk calling commenters in groups of 3, and again, 3 reserved seats for the following 3. Katie?
Yes, and there are 79 people here to provide in-person comment, 31 signed up virtually. So I'll begin with the first 3 people. In person are Kelly Curtis, Jorge Barone, and Sid Logan. The next 3 people that should come up to the chairs in the front row are Violet Lavani, Jan Edrozo, and Whit Naxamura. And when you're ready to speak, please press the button at the base of the microphone to turn the light on. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I am Mayor Kelly Curtis, and on behalf of the City of Kirkland, I would express our appreciation to the Sound Transit Board's leadership through the Enterprise Initiative and the East Side commitment with the 4-line investment and the substitute resolution. The 4-line is a significant connection to meet the regional vision for transit, and it's important that it's fully funded. We strongly support advancing the design and planning for the 4-line project in 2027 as a vital step to identifying cost savings opportunities. We encourage reinvesting cost savings into interim frequent transit services to support communities with delayed projects. We also believe it's important to continue planning for the future services, so we strongly support continuing with the high capacity transit studies appreciated in substitute resolution. Kirkland looks forward to our continued partnership with Sound Transit and working forward to an integrated, equitable regional transit system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members and some of my colleagues. My name is Jorge Barón, and I'm the King County Council member representing District 4, which includes Ballard. I understand the immense challenges before you and appreciate the time and attention that you all have invested. I'm here today alongside many of my constituents to urge you to support the amendments that bring us closer to delivering light rail to Ballard. When voters in District 4 overwhelmingly supported ST3, they were supporting the promise that high-capacity transit would connect Ballard and Interbay with the region. Sound Transit was tasked with delivering on that promise. In the meantime, King County Metro designed long-range plans, and Seattle upzoned Ballard 3 times based on that promise. There have always been choices in how the transit is delivered, the amenities, design, technology. But those choices should never detract from the primary purpose of ST3 to deliver high-capacity transit to the residents who voted for it. As you hear a lot today, the Ballard line has the highest projected ridership of any ST3 extension. It's a neighborhood and destination that is excited and expects to be connected to the rest of the region. Failing to deliver this connection will hurt the whole network. I urge your support for those amendments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Summers and board members. My name is Sid Logan, President of the Snohomish County PUD Commission. We are a major employer headquartered in downtown Everett with critical operations near Everett's Boeing plant and the broader region. I'm here today to strongly urge you to keep the Everett Light Rail extension on track, on time, and on budget. Delays or uncertainty put real economic momentum at risk. Our region is growing, congestion is worsening, and our workers need reliable alternatives now, not years from now. At the PUD, we see this firsthand. We recently launched a pilot providing ORCA cards to employees, and the results are clear. There's a desire for more transit options, including light rail. But that shift depends on delivering the full system to Everett. As a clean energy public power utility, we are proud to work alongside Sound Transit on this 16-mile alignment from Linwood to Everett, as we did from Seattle to Linwood. This project is essential to a cleaner transportation future, a stronger workforce. Thank you.
Thank you.
Violet Levitai, sorry if I mispronounced your name, Jan Edrozo, and Whit Naxamura, please come forward. And then we'll have Samith Nell, Levo, and Rata come forward next.
All right, can you hear me? All right. Love hearing my voice. Just kidding. My name is Violet Levitai, and we are the community from Transit Justice Graham Street. We couldn't bring everybody here to testify because it would take 3 decades for us to get through the testimonies. So we are here to testify. Today, we are urging Sound Transit to pass the amendments that Mayor Wilson, King County Executive Zelai, and Councilmember Teresa Mosqueda have put forth to complete the work of Graham Street. Our communities, it's the most diverse community in our city. And we rely on transit. Our families, our immigrant families, all of our city depends on this. So we got, all of us are here. All right, my time's up. You go ahead, Jack.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sound Transit board members. Thank you for taking your time today to meet with us. I also would like to just edit that and add Dan Strauss, Councilmember Dan Strauss, to supporting the amendment for resolution R 2026-11. We strongly urge that Sound Transit support this amendment to reinstate the construction of the Graham Street Station as an affordable project under the current finance plan, making it a top priority for Sound Transit again. As Violet Lavatai has mentioned here, we are here on behalf of the Sound Transit South End Transit Justice Coalition, and I currently support the small business program at the Filipino community of Seattle. There's 10 seconds left, but there's many more voices we'd love to share with you at some point soon.
Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm a community member and a public transit user, also urging you to approve Mayor Wilson's amendment and please build the Graham Street Station. I've spent a lot of time using transit in the area to get to work, to take my kids to school, or to go to restaurants and other businesses in the area. The distance between Columbia City Station and Othello Station has been very challenging. I'm lucky that I'm healthy. I'm able to do that walk. But when I was pregnant, it was challenging to get to appointments in the area. When the weather was bad, it was hard to get to work in the area. It was hard to visit friends. Like I said, I'm grateful that I can walk and make it work. But too many of our community members just don't have that time and they don't have that ability. Yet they remain transit dependent. We desperately need affordable, reliable, and accessible transit in the area, and we are done waiting. Please, please approve this amendment and please build the Graham Street Station. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Next is Sameth Nell, followed by Levo and Rata.
我哋下一個係 N Level 同埋 Rata。
May I start? Okay, great. Good afternoon, Sound Transit board members. My name is Samit Mel. I'm with the King County International Airport Community Coalition, also with the South End Transit Coalition, and with the Khmer Cambodian community. I want to come here to urge for you all to support the amendment that my other colleagues have talked about as well, which will reinstate the construction of Graham Street Station and also help to make sure there's other pledges for revenue to come in to source out, to build that out. Our communities have been waiting for 30 years for this transit station. I remember 30 years ago, I was probably in high school listening to Lauryn Hill's track, The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. I'll quote from that. You might win some, but you just lost one. You just lost one. It's so silly. How come? Please don't lose sight of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, board members. My name is Rata. I'm a Chinatown International District community organizer for Puget Sound Sage. I'm here with the Great Coalition. We're made up of neighborhood aunties, renters, property owners, small businesses, and a host of folks who call the International District our home. Puget Sound Sage and the Great Coalition are usually here in these executive board meetings to support the North-South preferred alternative, or what we lovingly call the South Dearborn Street Station. Today, Puget Sound Sage and Great are here in solidarity with Graham Street, Boeing Access, and the Ballard community. In the late 2010, 2010s, Sage played an integral part in supporting the Graham Street community advocacy effort for Graham Street Station. It's a similar community building process that we use to build this vision of South Dearborn Street. We want the South Sound Transit Board to commit to the promise of South Dearborn Street as you have committed to Graham Street. Just don't take 30 years this time. The neighborhood aunties would like to see Graham Street and South Dearborn Street dig ready in their lifetime. The supermajority, the EDs of nonprofits, the grassroots activists, the neighborhood aunties don't want Fifth Avenue built. It's racist. Anyways, long live Graham Street, long live South Dearborn Village, long live all communities that want a light rail station in their community.
Thank you.
OK，跟住陳彩娟，黃慧蘭啊，黃慧蘭 ，OK， 同埋雷幸瑤。哦 ，OK， 你
大家好，我係雷幸瑤。
Hi, everyone. My name is Leo Yu. I live in Seattle, Chinatown.
係君心輕軌嘅造紙。
你等陣。
我支持南北站嘅工程。
I support the North and South.
建造嘅時間係縮短咗。
And the time has
係噪音污染，對社區嘅居民影響。
and it's good for the community.
天氣公園嘅地標，仲有一線嘅格林西同埋波
landmark
連接嘅社區，都係我哋勞工階層。
And
公共交通、生活各方面都好需要輕軌。
on the terms of public transportation, we need our senior community needs this light rail.
南北站嘅工程完成之後啊，啲土地仲可以翻還俾嘅社區使用。
After the North and South Station completes, the land can return to the community for use purposes.
仲可以建造一個休閒啊、綠化嘅公園啊，好似圖書館啊、游泳池啊、兒童樂園啊、呢個娛樂場所等等。
We even have resources left over to build like things like such as a library, amusement park, and a swimming pool or something like that. That is going to be beneficial for our future generation.
係造福於我哋嘅子孫後代，往南邊空未來，支持南北站。
So I support North and South Station. Thank you.
Thank you.
你係邊間？你講，你係鳳鳴係咪？哦，no，你係鳳鳴係咪 ？OK， 你 OK，all right。你係邊位啊？
係黃慧蘭。
喂 ，OK，all right，OK。左講。邊個啊？OK，你講啊，你講啊。
你講啊，你開始講。
各位領導，
哦，係，
大家好。
係 leaders，how are you？
我的名字是黃慧蘭。
My name is 黃慧蘭。
我在西雅圖生活工作有35。
I've lived in Seattle for 35 years, and I've lived here for 35 years.
關於西雅圖輕鐵連線嘅計劃。
Regarding this Sound Transit initiative.
我反對4、5階。
I'm sorry，你有咩話？
反對4。
I oppose fourth and fifth option.
我支持南北。
And I support the North-South Station.
不打擾同人街交通和均有。
It does not interrupt transportation in CID, and it does not disrupt transportation in CID.
空氣和噪音嘅污
Air and noise pollution. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
最符合中國成國際區嘅利益，
And it benefits the Chinese International District.
例如喜慶公園只具小搖一公共空間
For，example, Hing Hei Park, and also there's some public space,
環繞1號線沿線嘅社區，
and also along the community, there's number 1 line that goes along the community.
例如國林
For example, Graham Street
例如國林街或波音
and Boeing.
涉嘅社區，
For example, communities that are connected by Graham Street and Boeing.
公共交通更加要照顧他們出行嘅話生活嘅需要。
Yeah, so this public transportation needs to better tailor their daily life and the daily needs.
我講我係㗎啦，爹爹。
Thank you. They have been.
Thank you.
Hold on. Okay.
OK，大家好，我係陳
Hi, how are you? I'm Chen Chai Jun.
自西雅圖中國城，
I live in the CID.
早在2024年呢11月，交通局預選啦國際區南站。
Back in November 2024, Trans-Centris has already selected CID as a station
得
or
選
a substation.
得選方案，希望交通局承諾實現。
As a top option, I hope that Sound Transit will realize their promise or keep their promise.
我哋幾年來都爭取夜興建南站，
So we've been fighting for this self-station option,
我哋係對國際區最好嘅福建，
as this is the best location for the CID.
到時又可以建低收入嘅幾代同行嘅住宅
And，we'll be able to build low-income and multi-generational residences
公園步行道，
and walking paths in the park.
造福子孫後代，
It will benefit generations to come.
支持交通局雖然對隔連街30年嚟
And also support Sound Transit to realize the promise that they have kept for the last 30 years regarding Graham Street.
建設599號站，
And also to build number 59 station
方便中國城的居民
as it
消費。
and will benefit residents in the CID so that they can spend money there.
也讓當居民出入方便。
And also will offer benefits for conveniences for residents, local residences. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Fang Ming, Diane Wang, Ziyan Zhu. Hold on. Fang Ming. Diane had. Jing Zhu, okay. Fang Ming 得唔得？你係 Fang Ming 係咪？係Fang Ming。
開始咩？開始啊
！Fang Ming 先。
你講先。各位領導、
Hi, leaders
各位工作人員，
and staff.
大家好。
How are you?
我嘅名字叫方明，
My name is Fang Ming.
我居住喺西雅圖
And I live
國城。
in Seattle CID.
我大力擁護支持南北就，
I strongly support the North-South station option.
希望交通局雖然承諾嘅南北站首選方案加速建設。
I hope the Sound Transit Department will realize the promises, the promise on North-South Station as the priority, the first option, and to expedite the construction.
特別仲有1號沿線，
Especially number 1 line.
希望公司增加呢個格林街嘅59號站。
And I hope the Sound Transit will add on the Graham Street number 59 station.
呢個又係你哋喺30年前許下嘅承諾。
which is also a promise that you've made 30 years ago.
又請你哋盡快兌現。
Please try to realize that as soon as you can.
呢度嘅勞工階層，好渴望已久得到受惠。
The blue collar in this area, we have really wanted to have this benefit for a long time.
路通就財通。
When there are paths, money will flow in.
讓西雅圖早一日更加繁榮昌盛。
So that we will have Seattle get more prosperous, faster, sooner.
居民可以安居樂業。
And the residents will have a very peaceful and very good life here.
Thank you.
Diane 可以到你。
你講咩啊？講咗先咯。
OK。
佢講。
郭美玲哦。
Hi。
大家好。
咩話
I'm sorry。我係紅營街。
Hi leaders, how are you?
朱積雲。
朱積雲。
My name is Zhu Yun。
我既然上來發言啦，我就係反對點解？
Okay, so I'm here today to advocate for the North-South Station. I do not want 4th and 5th.
我要南北選址。
Yeah, I want the North-South Station.
因為南北站為老人家嘅非常壓抑。
Yeah, because it's very beneficial to the elderlies.
為小商戶咧有可愛嘅好處。
And it also benefits the small businesses here.
老人家出門咧要玩。
And the elderlies, when they go outside, they get to eat and play, and they have space to move around.
要空間活動。
Yeah, and they have space to move around.
同時要衛生站嘅服務。
係咩嚟？
衛生。
There are also what is 衛生站？like medical services.
對興建空間嘅建築好。
And when they're done with the construction.
將工程剩餘用於舊環境社區嘅使用。
The remaining land will be returned to the community to use.
這等能滿足社區會更嘅空間嘅訴求。
Which will satisfy the need for public space, the need for public space.
同時我亦支持。
And I also support.
59號嘅興建站。
Number 59 station, light rail station initiative construction.
Thank you.
多謝。
Hello， 大家好。
Hi, how are you?
我嘅名係 Diane Wang。
My name is Diane Wang.
自西雅圖中國城。
I live in Seattle CID.
我最關心係高空局對建設南站首選嘅方案。
The most concern I have is when Sound Transit will realize the promise of building the South Station.
幾時先可以實現？
When will you be able to realize that?
亦係我哋多年來嘅爭取。
Which is what we've been fighting for in years.
希望盡快實現。
We hope that this will be realized very, very soon.
啲建設完善後
When construction is done,
仲可以分得好地俾我哋國際區嚟建幾代紅紅嘅住宅。
when construction is done, we will also be able to return some of the land, and it will benefit the community that we will be able to build multi-generational residences.
藥房、中門圖書館、
pharmacies and a Chinese library,
泳池同埋公園、
pool and also parks,
好多嘢都有。
etc. Many kinds of these constructions.
我仲有提出建議。
I also want to suggest that
要盡快建立格林街59號站。
we need to expedite the construction of number 59 station at Graham Street.
方便中國城嘅長者居民出行方便
which will benefit the elderlies and residences, or the residents in Chinatown so that they can, go out.
也方便格林街嘅居民平穩開工返工。
And it will also benefit residents on Graham Street so that they can safely go to work.
雖然高空局30年嘅嚟嘅承諾，
So to realize the promise that Sound Transit has made 30 years ago, we support South Station and 59 Station, number 59 station.
Thank you.
The next three speakers are Josh, Chili, and David Haynes. Following that will be Armando Pavoni, Eddie Lynn, and Alexis Mercedes Rink. So please come forward, Josh, Chili, and David Haynes. And then Armando Pavoni, Eddie Lynn, and Alexis Mercedes Rink, if you can please come to the front row. Thank you. And Josh, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Josh, and I've lived in the CID for about a year and a half now. I've found this part of town very warm and welcoming, even through language barriers, and I want to see this neighborhood prosper. Well, I would be very happy to see more public transit options, especially since my disability means I rely on transit extensively. I still want this to be built in a way that is equitable and limits negative impact during to the neighborhood during construction. I support the north and south station options. The 5th Street option would disrupt areas that see a lot of pedestrians and limits access to Hinckley Park, which is an important meeting place and one of the CID's relatively few green spaces. The 4th Street option would disrupt traffic and take much longer to build. The north and south stations are the least problematic, and I hope that we can find a way to balance the budget shortfall in a way that is equitable and fair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. I can start my time over. I just hit my knee. Your desk is completely flawed in its design. Like too freaking close, man. Okay. Just injured my knee, man. I'm going to sue you all for that. Okay. My name is David Haynes. We do not need an extra tunnel to compete with rapid ride buses to West Seattle and Ballard so that politicians can build a resume at the expense of billions of dollars. The only thing we need is transit signal priority, where you take the green light priority of when a bus arrives to the intersection, which only costs $5,000, and you expedite the travel. Like there's 6 buses at minimum that go from the Westlake Tunnel to Seattle Center. You can put green light priority, $5,000 per intersection on 3rd Ave and come up both sides of Seattle and get those people there quickly instead of transferring into a tunnel that's going to cost $17 billion. It's outrageous that Seattle politicians and King County politicians who defunded the police and ruined the tax base and imploded our society is pushing the envelope when it comes to appeasing a handful of paid activists who show up here demanding billions of dollars for an unnecessary path to getting other people out in other counties here to Seattle.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Show up by Lincoln.
Thank you.
From Tacoma, not from West Seattle. We need a transit signal priority. Look it up.
Sit down, sir. Thank you.
Can I get like a second? Sorry. I just like need to catch my breath. This is really uncomfortable. Hi, you can start my time now. My name is Chili. I've lived in Chinatown for a few years, and to not mince words, the 4th and 5th Street options suck. I actually personally know a bunch of the owners of the properties and the businesses there. They're lovely people, and their businesses are going to be hurt by these construction issues. They're going to basically mess with the pedestrians, the traffic. They're not going to have a decent amount of people to stay open while the construction's happening. So you should do the north and south. That actually means that there'd be property that could be used for the community afterwards. We could have low-income housing or more parks. I have a dog, and there's not a lot of green space in Chinatown. So we'd like more. We'd like more for the children and for the seniors. This community has supported Seattle and been a part of Seattle for the entirety of Seattle. So please show up for us. We deserve it.
Thank you.
Next is Armando Pavoni, Eddie Lynn, and Alexis Mercedes Rink. And after that, we'll go to some virtual commenters. Armando Pavoni, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Armando Pavoni, Mayor for the City of Renton. I'm here today in support of Amendment 6, and I want to thank Board Member Prince for bringing this forward on behalf of our community. I also really want to thank Executive Zahali and Board Members Fain, Bernie, and McLeod for co-sponsoring this amendment and for their dialogue, feedback, and continued support throughout this process. Lastly, I want to thank the entire board for the work you put into this challenging situation. For Renton, this amendment is important. It supports critical infrastructure for transit riders in our cities who depend on it for access to regional transit. It's important because it supports partnerships that identify creative solutions and bring projects forward faster, just as we've done with the Northeast 44th Street project. Lastly, it's important because it's critical investment in one of the largest cities in the region and home to many transit riders who rely upon access to transit to reach jobs, families, schools, and more. I respectfully urge you to support Amendment 6. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Eddie Lynn. I'm on the Seattle City Council representing District 2, which includes Chinatown International District down to Rainier Beach. I'm respectfully urging you to vote to support Mayor Wilson, King County Executive, Councilmember Mosqueda, Councilmember Strauss's proposal to fully fund the Graham Street Station. Our community has been advocating for this station for decades. We are one of the most transit-dependent communities, one of the most diverse communities. We've been doing significant work on our land use planning around that station. It's also one of the most cost-effective stations when we count the number of riders that would use that. So it's a very, the city is ready to step up to fund any shortfalls up to 30 million. We can do this. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Seattle City Council member Alexis Mercedes Rink, and I'm here today to urge the board to vote yes for Ballard, vote yes for Graham Street, and vote to keep your promise to voters. Seattle residents said yes. They paid higher sales taxes, higher property taxes, higher car tabs for a decade. Indefinite deferral does not work for us. South Seattle has been asked to sacrifice for this transit system for long enough, and I stand here today with a powerful coalition of elders, organizations, and advocates to ask you to support Mayor Wilson's amendment to fully fund and deliver the Graham Street Station. I am also here today to call on the board to support Councilmember Strauss's amendments. Build the Ballard starter line from Westlake to Ballard. Give us a date, a real date. Ballard Link is the highest ridership project in all of ST3, up to 148,000 daily riders. This is not a nice to have. This is essential infrastructure for the largest city in Washington state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Turning now to virtual commenters. The first commenter is Scott Kubley. Please go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, please unmute. Please accept the notice to unmute your microphone. Looks like you were still muted on our end. You should have a notice on your phone to unmute. I'm sorry, we're not able to hear you. It looks like your phone is muted or your device is muted. Going to the next person, we'll come back. Kevin Hogg. Please accept the notice to unmute. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Kevin Haig, and I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for receiving my comment. I have worked for a local immigrant rights nonprofit since 2008, and today.
Sir, could you? We're gonna start you over again. We have a number of people leaving the room, so we can't hear you really. Hold on a sec. You can go ahead now.
Thank you. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Today, I ask you to vote yes on Amendment 8 to Resolution R 2026-11 to fund and build the Graham Street Station. Board members Wilson, Zahilai, and Mosqueda made a strong case for this amendment, so I will not repeat their words of support. I only hope to add that this station has support and has had support in my neighborhood since 1996, again in 2016, again in 2021, and now. I live a 5-minute walk from Graham and Morgan, and I invite you to please vote yes to fully fund and build the Graham Street Station. Thank you very much for your time and commitment.
Thank you.
And now going back to Scott Kubley. Please accept the notice to unmute. Please go ahead.
Hello? Okay.
Yes,
Can
we
you
can
hear me?
hear you.
Okay,
Yes, go
great.
ahead.
Okay, thank you. So today you'll be voting on a plan with opening dates for West Seattle, Everett, and others that are well past the next election cycle and CEO contract. With that in mind, I have a few questions for the board, CEO, and staff. Are you willing to bet your next election, your next contract, or your job on the dates presented today? If so, what are the critical path milestones over the next 6, 12, and 18 months that will let us know you're on track? If not, what date would you bet on? And what are the interim milestones? That is the actual date we can trust. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Will Knedlick. Please raise your hand or use *9 to raise your hand if you're a call-in user. Again, Will Knedlick. Please use your device to raise your hand or press *9 if you're a call-in user. Not seeing any hands raised. Going next to Joe Kunzler. Please accept the notice. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Katie. Well, it is such an honor to call in the Sound Transit today. Today, we are working very hard to make sure Sound Transit can come close to completing her promises. And one of her promises is the spine. The spine is the system. And I want to thank this chair for his courage and masculinity and making sure that the Great North is protected. And our spine and our right to have light rail to Everett via Painfield is the priority, as well as light rail to Tacoma. And of course, light rail to the greatest city in the Puget Sound District, Redmond, because you have Vanessa Kritzer. Moving on very quickly, I have only 25 seconds left. I am concerned about racial justice as a white man with privilege who will inherit a home. So I definitely want the Graham Street Station built to be fair and equitable. As far as the interstation, happy to trade that in. I'm also happy to trade in Sounder North, which I love riding. I go and give it up to get linked to Everett. Really appreciate this chair and this staff. As always, let's go beat Tim Hyman, go Sound Transit, roll the hard 6 for Ballard, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Katie Kaku. Please raise your hand or press *9 if you're a call-in user so we can identify you. Not seeing that hand raised. Next person is Alex Grande. And Alex Grande, if you are present, please raise your hand or press *9 to raise your hand if you're a call-in user. Not seeing that hand raised. I do see Will Knedlick is present. We'll go ahead and unmute you. Please accept the notice to unmute your microphone. And please accept the notice to unmute or press *6. Please go ahead.
Mr. Chair and honorable board members, my name's Will Knedlick. In addition to written comments sent to you yesterday, along with your CFO's sworn representations to Judge John Ehrlich, in order to obtain sales tax authority for hundreds of billions of dollars over time, I want to inform the board on the record that Sound Transit's promises to the court in order to obtain ST2 sales tax increase authority, including a sworn commitment to a 1/2 cent sales tax rollback in 2038, is not a Resolution 75 situation. Sound Transit's board cannot void a sworn promise to the King County Superior Court in order to obtain tax authority with a supermajority vote. And any efforts to do so would be a fraud on voters as well as on the court.
Thank you.
Next is Lori Lane. Please raise your hand or press *9 if you're a call-in user. Lori Lane. Not seeing a hand raised. Next person is Nick Thulin. Please accept the notice. Please go ahead.
Hi, sorry, I didn't really have a full prepared statement here, but I realize that there's no easy transit solutions at this point, and I appreciate the complexity of the long-term expansion and planning, but I'd like to ask the board to seriously consider other infrastructure that we already have today. We already have the BNSF rail lines running from Everett through Interbay. It touches Ballard into Seattle, and we already have the Sounder running all the way through Tacoma and further south. These corridors exist today and could potentially be upgraded with relatively modest changes to improve more frequent regional rail service, including weekends and more frequency in evenings. And that could all be done within a decade or less. Meanwhile, many of the projects currently being debated aren't realistically going to be completed within some of our lifetimes at the current pace of funding and planning. With some feasibility studies or negotiations, I feel like you should look at other options that include these lines. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Joshua Sarah. Please accept the notice to unmute. Please go ahead.
Hi. So the first thing I have to say is just please support Dan Strauss's amendment. His amendment allows for a transfer at Westlake for Ballard to access the entirety of the rest of the network, which just makes sense. Inflation is a fact of life. Delaying Ballard further means it's going to be so expensive in the future that it's basically never going to get built. This is a bad decision that will have consequences for generations. Councilmember Rink, who gave an amazing summary of the costs and benefits of what we're talking about, went over most of the major points. But really, I just want to finish by emphasizing you should support Councilmember Strauss's amendment. Thank you.
Next is Amber Hu. Amber Hu, if you're a call-in user, please raise your hand or press *9 to raise your hand if you're a call-in user.
Hello?
Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Please go
Yes.
ahead.
Hi, I was 18 when I voted for ST3 in 2016. Since then, I have ridden Sound Transit every year. Since then, I make heavy use of Sound Transit services to get to my job. I have used it in the past to get to school. And if we do not pass Dan Strauss's amendment to put a date on getting to Ballard, I believe that we will never get there by the end of my life. Again, I've been a big supporter of the project, and this does not, this just shifts money around within Seattle. It doesn't affect other sub-area equity. I think it's the best plan to satisfy our entire region. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we're turning to in-person commenters. The next three are Kirk Hovenkotter, David Hamilton, and Alyssa Rose. Please come forward. And then Laura Svankark, Ben Broske, Ray Brosemley, and Robert Cruikshank. Please come forward to the front row.
All right. Chair Summers, members of the board, I'm Kirk Hovenkotter with Transportation Choices Coalition. 8 months ago, we stood outside this building with a coalition of labor, transportation, and environmental advocates from across the region. The plan before you is not what anyone wants to see, but is moved towards our coalition's goals. It moves forward with planning and design on every project, puts our labor partners to work. It delivers the spine. It doesn't cut the 4-line, and it will build Graham Street Station. Thank you for your leadership to make it happen. The work isn't finished until every light rail project is built. Now that the work in the boardroom is coming to a close, the work turns to your city halls and the legislature. The board must direct your own cities to do everything you can to build light rail quickly and affordably. And the board needs to put together a plan to ask our state government to step up. We will be with you there in the halls of Olympia, but we need your leadership to channel this energy you see here today. We will finish what we started at the ballot in 2016, and together we will build the damn trains. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh,
Chair Summers and members of the board, I'm Bellevue Deputy Mayor Dave Hamilton, speaking on behalf of the Bellevue City Council. I want to commend the board on an admirable job of making necessary adjustments to the Sound Transit 3 plan. I especially want to thank Mayor Angela Burney, Councilmember Claudia Balducci, and Councilmember Ed Prince for their advocacy on behalf of the East Side subarea. However, the Bellevue community is deeply concerned about the regionalization of debt interest and the erosion of Sound Transit's longstanding sub-area equity policy. We requested information on how this change would impact sub-areas, but this information was not provided. If this change cannot be avoided, Sound Transit must provide a sub-area specific impact analysis by the end of this year. We're glad to see movement on parking in Renton, and we want to ensure the 4-line isn't impacted. Bellevue also urges the board to clarify timing of the 4-line alternatives analysis funding, provide criteria for acceleration of delayed projects. Thank you.
Thank you.
More intimidating than city council. My name is Alyssa Rose. Oh, and now I've lost the note. Sorry. I had to write it out. My name is Alyssa Rose, and I'm here to ask you to vote for Councilmember Strauss's amendment. I am not involved with any advocacy group, and I don't live in any of the neighborhoods affected, but I care deeply about the future of our city. I am a homeowner and a former business owner in Maple Leaf, and I can't get my phone to, sorry. Former business owner in Maple Leaf. My perspective is that of a resident of Seattle. I want our city to be a thriving, safe, and climate resilient city. The way to achieve that is to just stop delaying critical infrastructure. No more delays. We can solve problems while moving forward. Ballard Light Rail will serve the highest number of people and should be built as quickly as possible. We should build as much as possible and not pit communities against each other. Your job is to find the funding and work with legislators to create the laws and codes necessary to fund ST3 without more delays.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Laura Svankarek, Ben Brazenly, and Robert Cruikshank. Following that will be Daisy Gould, David Scott, and Pauline Van Cenas. Please come forward.
Hello, Sound Transit Board. My name is Laura Swanzarek, Executive Director with Tacoma on the Go. We are a nonprofit working on access mobility issues in Tacoma and Pierce County. Pierce County has been waiting our turn to join the rest of the system through regional light rail, and we're very pleased to see Tacoma Dome Link extension moving forward without delay. The Sound Transit system is meant to connect our region through fast, reliable transit, and that means completing the spine between Everett and Tacoma. Additional projects like Tacoma Community College Link Extension have the potential to truly reshape how people travel across Tacoma and Pierce County and bring high-capacity transit to those who do not currently have it. So thank you for moving Pierce County projects forward, and we look forward to continuing to work with Sound Transit to find ways to advance the rest of the system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Ben Brazenly, a Seattle Subway board member since its founding in 2011. Seattle Subway has worked with many of you, plans to remain this agency's strongest supporters. Today, I'm asking each member of this board to consider the future centuries of transit riders and live up to your promises to them. Sound Transit must deliver all voter-approved stations within your current budget constraints while still building rapid transit in exclusive right-of-way. That may require reconsidering certain design choices in certain sub-areas, but today I'm asking you to vote no on this package until it fulfills promises made to transit riders and voters all over this region. Failing that, please vote yes on all amendments, especially amendments 12 and 13, so that the Ballard Regional Growth Center is connected by rapid transit. We look forward to continuing to support your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. We've all had that friend who insists on making a reckless decision we know they'll regret, but who just refuses to listen when we try to talk them out of it. Unfortunately, today, Sound Transit is that friend. We've stood by this agency in its darkest moments. Now we're watching you make the worst decision since voters twice rejected Forward Thrust. This resolution is terrible policy. The Enterprise Initiative should have been a method to find the financing tools and construction reforms to affordably build all of ST3 by 2040. Now, many of the amendments proposed today do go in that direction, but they come within an overall framework of unacceptable cuts and delays that break the promises made to voters. It wouldn't build some lines until the second half of the century. It wouldn't build Ballard until we're all dead. On Ballard, Amendment 13 from Strauss is the only guarantee that rail gets to Market Street. Amendment 11 is good policy. It's what we should be doing instead of this resolution, but it doesn't get us there either. Please vote no on the resolution. Let's take these amendments as a starting point to do better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daisy Gold-Wong, David Scott, and Pauline Van Seenis, please come forward. Next will be John Lyon, Dow or Noel King, and Tim Eyman.
We are gathered here today for you to vote no to this proposal. I think I made it pretty clear I do not support this proposal when I called it hot garbage and tore it up. Things have changed since then. Just kidding. I got a lot of attention for that. I've been recognized, told I have fans, and I've been called a transit champion. Wait, what does that make you? So I wanted to pose a question to you all. Since we, the people, do not support this proposal, hypothetically, if we, the people, found this board to be incompetent, and hypothetically, if we, the people, put out an initiative to reform this board and fire you all, hypothetically, what do you think would happen? Also, I want to be very clear. The only way we get to Ballard is if you vote for Amendment 13. Make the right choice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
David Scott, just for myself today. The resolution before you today is premised on a mountain of lies. West Seattle is not shovel ready. As much as I want it to, it will not open to riders in 2032. The Enterprise Initiative is just another farcical realignment. Today, Ballard Link, Boeing Access Road Station, DuPont Sounder, and the Sounder N line all die. ST3 dies today. So what will happen in the 29 realignment? Will you finally stop lying to yourselves and to voters? Or will you find new things to lie about? What will you kill next? Everett? Issaquah? Graham Street? Again? We won't allow any of this. RTA board reform is on the horizon, and that is the only chance left at restoring trust.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Pauline Van Seenis, Transit Ferry and Transit Rider Union member. And as I see it, Ballard should have priority. The Seattle Center is served by the 1, the 2, the 3, the 13, 28, 62, 40, the D line, the 5, the E line, and the monorail. But Ballard, and maybe others that I don't remember, but Ballard's like the D, the 40, the 28, and the 44, and also the 31 and 2 if you want to walk across the bridge. But I see those as priority. And one last thing before I leave the mic, please clean Capitol Hill Station, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Lyon, Dow, Mr. King that is speaking from Ballard, and Tim Eyman, please come forward. Next is Patrick White, Kit Burns, and Clinton Attaway. John Lyon, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is John Lyon.
transit exists to serve riders. That is the most important thing. And this plan does not serve riders in the most efficient way or serve the most riders. We have riders coming in very much on the Ballard line. And then it's also like Graham Street's going to be very efficient because it's relatively cheap and it serves a reasonable amount of riders. You sit here today thinking that you are making the hard decisions that have to be made to save ST3, and you are wrong. You have not looked at options to use short trains to save oodles of money. You have not looked at track design standards that require rebuilding track at Graham Street Station, and many other things that could deliver projects at a significantly cheaper rate. Please limit the damage today by voting for amendments 8 and 13. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim Eyman, please go ahead.
Tim Eyman from Kirkland. Margaret Thatcher said the problem with socialism is you eventually run out of other people's money. Well, the problem with Sound Transit is you've now run out of our money. And now the lies have caught up with you. You lied to the legislature saying you wanted $15 billion and you took $54 billion. You lied to the voters when you said it was going to cost $14 on average, and the average is now $1,700 for the average family in our area. Lie after blatant lie. And after car tabs tripled and we had sticker shock, the voters voted for our $30 tabs initiative, but instead of listening to the people, you turned around and sued the voters. So the voters were entitled to billions of dollars, and you kept it. So now we're getting ripped off. You all know we're getting ripped off. But instead of having somewhat of a level of humiliation by the fact that you have a $35 billion hole that you created, instead you're pushing for a bailout.
Thank you.
And I think that's outrageous. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Patrick White. Patrick White, followed by Kit Burns and Clinton Attaway. And then we'll return to virtual. Patrick White, please go ahead.
Amendment 6 restores. Touch button. That was interesting. Amendment 6 restores funding for the unnecessary rent and parking garage, which is not building the damn trains. And the way we're paying for it makes even less sense. You mean to tell me the 4 line is now $100 million cheaper and we haven't even started the planning work yet? I guess if we're just making up numbers now, how about we find a few $1 billion for Ballard? Or anything else more useful than a parking garage in an area that's already a sea of endless parking. Or without waving the magic wand, let's find some savings for Graham Street. There's no reason an at-grade infill station should cost $200 million. The curve in the tracks is not that bad. We don't have to realign them. Even if we do have to use gap fillers, which I'm not sure we would, that's still way cheaper and less disruptive to the existing Rainier Valley segment than the current plan. Vote no on Amendment 6, pick a better option for Graham Street, and let's build the damn trains.
Thank you. My name is Kit Burns. I'm from Tacoma. I just spent 21 days at the Seattle International Film Festival. I saw 62 films in 21 days. When I came up to Seattle every day, I used the Sounder. It was great and reliable. The reason I'm talking about eliminating the East Portland Avenue station is because of the intersection at Mercer Street and Queen Anne Avenue. The buses come relentlessly. You can get everywhere from there. There's the 1, the 2, the 8, the late 8, the D, 32, and 13. When you come to Tacoma at the East Portland Avenue station, I've looked at this, it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't go to the Puyallup Tribe headquarters, doesn't go to the hotel, doesn't go to the casino. So I put together a 10-page PDF. I hope you'll take a careful look at that. And I'd like to talk to you more about that. That station should be eliminated. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Clinton Attaway. I live here in Preston. Right again. Hey, my name is Clinton Attaway. I live here in Chinatown. And I thank the board for their work and for the deliberation that they did in their August retreat. There is something that didn't come up in the August retreat, though, and that is that we are about to enter the biggest transportation realignment of modern history with skyrocketing oil prices and demand destruction on fossil fuel dependence. This is an opportunity for the Sound Transit Board to take advantage of and give us a true 21st century transportation system. I don't know if what is here accomplishes this, but I hope that we have the vision to do so.
Thank you.
Turning to virtual comments, the next commenter is Jared. If you're present, please press *9 to raise your hand or raise your hand using a device. Following that is Chris McKay. If you are a call-in user, press *9 to raise your hand or raise your hand. In one moment while we unmute your microphone. Press *9 to unmute. I'm sorry, *6 to unmute. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Chris McKay. I'm the Executive Director of the West Seattle Business Improvement Area. I'm here today on behalf of West Seattle small business community in strong support of the full delivery of the ST3 light rail expansion, including construction through to the West Seattle Junction. For West Seattle businesses, this project is transformational. Reliable transit means customers can reach our business district more easily. It means employees have more dependable and affordable commutes, and it means stronger connections between West Seattle and the rest of the region. Our neighborhood business districts depend on access and foot traffic to survive and grow, and light rail investments will strengthen economic resilience and support the kind of walkable, community-centered neighborhoods West Seattle has spent decades building. Thank you for your leadership, your continued commit to regional mobility. Thank you.
Next is Andrew Roberts. If you're present, please raise your hand or press *9 if you're a call-in user. Not seeing that hand. The next person is Fallon. Please raise your hand or press *9. Please accept the notice to unmute. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Fallon, and I've lived in Ballard since 2013. I'm urging you to support Councilmember Dan Strauss's amendments to prioritize building light rail to Ballard, and also to provide a concrete timeline for when the Ballard light rail line will be completed. I voted for ST3 in 2016, but I only voted for it because of the light rail extension to Ballard. The Ballard Link extension is projected to have the highest ridership of any light rail expansion project. And Ballard has been upzoned multiple times in the past decade, which is creating even more of a need for light rail to the neighborhood. Please support Councilmember Strauss's amendments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Betty Jean Williamson. Please raise your hand or press *9 if you're a call-in user. And please unmute. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm a longtime Beacon Hill resident and live a 5-minute walk from the Graham Street Station site. And I regularly have to drive to either the Beacon Hill station or the Apello station to use the light rail. I would like to see improvements made to the intersections around the light rail station at Graham Street that would allow for access to the businesses that have struggled with absolutely no southbound access to their parking and no access from east-westbound traffic either. We've had 2 grocery stores fail in that location since the light rail has been installed, and it's unconscionable to continue to abuse our businesses and our community in this way. Please install the light rail station at Graham Street. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Chair Summers, we are currently at 3 o'clock.
All right. I'm going to bring this public comment to a close. I apologize for those that didn't get a chance. We have quite a bit of work to do yet. And at this point, yes.
Sorry, Chair, to interrupt. I just know that last time we had a number of people who wanted to provide public comment too. We ended up with 2 meetings that month to try to accommodate, given the number of community members, electeds, community leaders in the room, wondering if we could extend a little bit longer.
Katie, how many more people are signed up?
I would support that.
We have more than 43 people in the room and probably another 15 at least virtually.
Thank you. We're going to move on. Thank you. At this point, the board will go into executive session for litigation or potential litigation. Our general counsel here is to tell us specifically what the RCW that authorizes the executive session.
Mr. Chair, the executive session is authorized by RCW 423110 IH to discuss litigation and the potential risk of board actions where the public discussion of the legal risk would have an adverse impact on the agency's financial or legal position.
Thank you. So the executive session, we'll set it for 20 minutes. Board members will go across the hall to our extra room, and the public is welcome to stay here. Thank you.
The board has extended their executive session by 10 minutes. The board has extended their executive session by 10 minutes. The public portion of the meeting is expected to resume at 3:32 p.m. 3:32 p.m. The board has extended their executive session by a further 10 minutes. The board has extended the executive session by a further 10 minutes. The public portion of the meeting is expected to resume at 3:42 p.m. The board has extended their executive session by a further 5 minutes. The board has extended the executive session by 5 minutes. The public portion of the meeting is expected to resume at 3:47 p.m.
Security.
Thank God he doesn't live in Snohomish County. Ready? Katie? Call the board back into a regular session, and we're going to move on to the consent agenda. So Katie, would you read the items on the consent agenda?
The consent agenda includes a voucher certification for April 2026, the minutes of the April 23rd, 2026 Board of Directors meeting, and motion number M 2026-19 authorizing a master research agreement with the University of Washington Mobility Innovation Center.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. This is Bernie.
Second.
Bernie and Walker. Thank you. Any items a board member would like removed? There's only one, right? Forget it. All right, any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Any abstentions? All right, consent agenda is adopted. So we'll move on to our business items. And we'll turn to resolution R 2026-11. And I'm going to ask Alex Krieg, our enterprise planning Deputy Executive Director, to begin the staff presentation. And
It's like, he told me this.
I will note, apparently it's Alex's birthday. Yeah.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Alex. I know there's nowhere you'd rather be.
There's nowhere.
Okay.
This seat exactly is actually. All right. Well, thank you for that. And good afternoon, Chair Summers, members of the board. My name is Alex Krieg. I lead enterprise planning at Sound Transit. I'm joined by Agency Deputy CEO Brooke Bellman and Chief Financial Officer Huey Newsome to support today's presentation. The purpose of today's briefing is to review and support board engagement on Resolution R 2026-11, which would update the ST3 system plan. The sub-bullets on this slide show the major elements of what we'll cover in today's presentation, which is to review the main elements of R 2026-11, including what has changed in the substitute resolution, and to provide an overview of Resolution R 2026-12, which increases the rental car sales and use tax. So I'll start today with some information about why we are undertaking this effort and what is driving the timeframe of board decision-making. The simplest answer for why is that it is a requirement of the voter-approved plan and its associated financial policies whenever a sub-area, or in this case, every sub-area, sees projected expenditures exceed projected revenues by more than 5%. When we face affordability challenges at the scale of those we are dealing with now, there are legal limits to how the agency can spend money, especially for higher cost phases like final design and right-of-way, as in the West Seattle project. Getting back to a balanced and affordable plan is the method by which those legal limits are resolved and enable the agency to confidently move forward with project delivery. I also want to briefly review the principles the board adopted in August of last year and that have been used to guide the enterprise initiative. These include advancing regional connectivity, supporting future growth, prioritizing the passenger experience, and protecting public investments with fiscal integrity. The sub-bullets on this slide provide some additional context of the objectives these principles support accomplishing. Motion M 2025, which adopted the principles, also established the process elements necessary to execute on the enterprise initiative and include building trust through transparent governance, driving decisions with data and insight, and engaging communities through inclusive collaboration. We shared some engagement findings at the May 7th Executive Committee and also provided a full engagement report and summary in advance of today's meeting. Next, we'll move to an abbreviated summary of the adaptive program management plan and project delivery framework described in the resolution. This is a summary slide we have shared in the 2 executive committee meetings this month regarding the need for and utility of the adaptive program management and project delivery frameworks identified in Resolution R 2026-11. The adaptive program management plan is intended to be a structured way to continuously monitor, adjust, and improve the ST3 program as conditions change, creating a continuous check and adjust cycle rather than a fixed plan using new information related to costs, revenue, and risks to regularly update decisions, and helping keep the overall program on track despite uncertainty. It will keep decision-making transparent and data-driven, help avoid surprises by identifying problems early, ensures flexibility to adapt to funding gaps or cost changes, and strengthens accountability to the board and the public. The project delivery framework is intended to be a structured way to decide when and how projects move forward based on affordability and available funding, ensuring projects are only advanced when they are financially sustainable, giving the board clear control at key decision points, and providing a roadmap for moving unfunded or partially funded projects forward over time. It will prevent the agency from overcommitting to projects the agency can't yet afford, make trade-offs explicit and transparent, keep the full ST3 program moving forward over time, and balance short-term affordability challenges with long-term delivery goals. Together, they create a flexible, phased approach to delivering ST3, allowing the agency and board to respond to financial realities while staying committed to the full plan and improving oversight, transparency, and accountability. We shared this slide at the May 14th Executive Committee to help lay out some of the significant milestones for light rail projects that are in active project development. The colors correspond with different project development phases, and key milestones are represented by different icons. The top part of the slide corresponds with projects that are fully funded in Resolution R 2026-11, and the bottom part of the slides with projects that aren't, though recognizing an initial segment of the Ballard project is funded for construction. A couple of key points I'd like to touch on here is that schedules can and will shift, and each project team is working to confirm schedules for each alignment coming out of this phase of the enterprise initiative to better assess risks and with third-party validation of those schedules as directed by CEO Constantine. I would note that should the board act on this resolution, there will be a flurry of activities on the West Seattle project to move it fully into final design and the right-of-way phase, which will support better schedule certainty. We also continue to engage with FTA on advancing the DEIS publication of the Ballard and Everett Link projects. The other point relates to those projects on the bottom part of the slide, Ballard and the new stations at Graham and Boeing Access Road. And that is to demonstrate the time horizon related to future milestones and their design phases, which are fully funded by this resolution, to demonstrate that there will be additional time to identify cost savings or additional capacity or resources to fully deliver these investments. So the next section of today's presentation will be to review the Affordable ST3 Capital Program contemplated in Resolution R 2026-11. When we presented this section in the two executive committee meetings earlier in the month, we started from the capital program approaches shared at the March board retreat, the rules that we followed to develop them, our initial assessment against criteria derived from the board established guiding principles, and key themes that emerged from the board retreat. In the interest of time, I will simply note that all of this information served to help produce this Affordable ST3 Capital Program, which is organized into three broad categories: investments that are either fully or partially funded with available resources, the unfunded segments of those partially funded investments, and projects that are deferred for now. I want to emphasize that no project in the ST3 program is canceled or eliminated in this proposal, and the agency still has time to identify necessary resources to advance those projects that have construction segments that aren't funded before we need to fully pause their implementation. Slide 11 lists the projects in the category of affordable within existing resources. I won't go through this at the level of detail as we did at the previous executive committee meetings, but we'll draw your attention to a couple of things. We have added the costs we'll carry in the long-range financial plan for these projects. And you can see the total cost of these fully or partially funded projects at $57.5 billion. These costs are all presented as a year of expenditure dollar, and so will look higher than what is typically shared by capital project teams who present cost estimates in a constant year dollar to reflect. They also present cost estimates in a range to reflect uncertainty and risk. But of course, our finance plan must include a single value, and this information reflects a strong partnership between Sound Transit's project delivery teams and the finance team to reflect the best available information. Finally, I'll acknowledge the dates associated with the T-Line to Tacoma Community College and South Kirkland to Issaquah Link project, as those are the two projects delayed as a result of this proposed updated ST3 system plan. All other projects are moving forward based on their current schedules. Slide 12 shows the projects with construction or full delivery currently unfunded, beginning with the Ballard Link extension from Seattle Center to Market Street, both infill stations, the remaining amount of Sounder South additional trips, final design and construction for the Sounder South extension to DuPont, and the remaining amount to support future system planning. This is the category of investments the agency will prioritize funding through the identification of additional cost savings or new funding resources that open up additional financial capacity. And slide 13 shows the projects that are deferred until new resources or third-party funding can advance them, again, with the current year of expenditure values associated with them. And this slide shows how the proposed affordable ST3 capital program performs in a similar format to what we shared for the 3 capital program approaches reviewed with the board at your retreat in March. This affordable ST3 capital program performs comparably or better across all criteria representing the different board adopted guiding principles, indicating a higher achievement of the identified benefits and objectives of the voter approved ST3 system plan. We were able to add more projects into this affordable ST3 capital program in part because we incorporated various opportunities across other enterprise initiative work streams that either saved costs or added financial capacity. And I'll briefly cover what those are in this section of the presentation. So while this slide should be familiar, it reflects the relative impact of the different enterprise initiative workstream levers incorporated into Resolution R 2026-11, starting with policy and planning, which we estimate to total approximately $1.4 billion in cost savings or added capacity through modified Link and ST Express service assumptions, the elimination of Sounder N-Line service in 2033, and additional parking revenue. Moving to transit operations, we're estimating approximately $1.5 billion in cost savings through revised assumptions related to resiliency and state of good repair, a need for fewer light rail vehicles per the proposed affordable ST3 capital program, and updated staffing and administrative cost assumptions. In the finance workstream, we estimate approximately $5.3 billion in added capacity through the use of the remaining rental car tax authority, anticipated savings from underspend on ST2 projects nearing closeout, and most especially updated federal grant assumptions. And finally, for capital delivery, we are assuming the incorporation of cost savings opportunities as well as additional capacity from extending the plan horizon and shifting delivery dates, and the potential deferral of some projects for a total range between $22 billion and $26 billion. The combination of the proposed affordable ST3 capital program and these enterprise initiative workstream levers inform overall agency financial capacity and the level of risk associated with the updated ST3 capital program. So the proposed ST3 system plan update maximizes the use of agency financial capacity, and so changes in economic conditions, revenues, or projected costs may require future board action to adjust the plan. Given that reality, we recognize that additional costs would increase the level of risk associated with the proposed ST3 update, and that the adaptive program management approach will be an effective tool to manage program risk when coupled with ongoing enterprise initiative activities to continue to find cost savings and additional financial capacity. To share a bit more about how we manage risk relative to managing program affordability, it's important to note that to pay for the expenditures needed to build, operate, maintain, and administer ST3, we utilize revenues, but we also have to periodically issue debt. State law mandates that our total outstanding debt cannot exceed 1.5% of the assessed value of real property in the taxing district, and this is a critical metric for program affordability. The graph on this slide shows how our projected debt compares to legal debt capacity on an annual basis based on financial modeling of the sources and uses that make up the updated ST3 system plan. You'll note that we approach a threshold that Sound Transit's finance team and validated through things like industry benchmarking and third-party reviews assessed to be high risk, which is using more than 90% of our legal debt capacity, and that we approach that threshold in our period of heaviest civil construction in the late 2030s. And so while the information just covered summarizes the contents of the updated ST3 plan and the underlying resolution, the board will also consider a substitute resolution, and the next few slides recap some of what is proposed to change between the two. Starting with the resolution itself, there are several additions to add clarity and strengthen key sections of Resolution R 2026-11, starting with modifications to some whereas clauses to emphasize the importance of ST3 investments to the regional economy and the value of service in supporting mobility outcomes. There's new text establishing an independent oversight program to support the board's role in overseeing ST3 delivery and support implementation of the adaptive program management plan. In the section related to establishing a project delivery framework, there is additional definition specific to milestones associated with project affordability and to proactively adjust should conditions require it. There's also new text associated with the criteria and conditions by which projects can move into the affordable ST3 program when significant cost savings are realized or additional financial capacity is identified. And on this point, I want to emphasize that all light rail projects and new sounder service investments are a resource to continue advancing through planning and design to maintain momentum, and the ability to fully fund and deliver them in the coming months and years is a key priority we heard from the board and the public. Operationalizing this board direction will be critical to realizing that commitment. There is also a new section that directs staff to bring forward information related to how resources identified for maintaining the system in a state of good repair will be deployed. And finally, the substitute resolution raises the status of and emphasizes the importance of our 6-year board-adopted transit improvement plan to ensure that investments in that more medium-term horizon remain affordable and that progress on the overall ST3 program stays on track. There are fewer changes, like identifying cost information for fully and partially funded projects to Attachment A, which defines the various categories of the modified ST3 capital program. These changes include calling out the fact that capital projects that are already past their project baseline milestone, like the STRIDE Bus Rapid Transit program, will continue forward through project delivery. Finally, there is new text that commits the agency to annually report on anticipated timelines, new cost information, revenue forecasts, and the pathway to fully deliver those projects where construction funding is not yet identified. There are more changes to Attachment B, which defines the activities staff will pursue to identify and implement opportunities that save costs, accelerate project delivery, and increase financial capacity to ensure full delivery of ST3. These changes include a commitment to incorporating an equitable decision-making framework into the adaptive program management plan and project delivery frameworks, the identification of specific high-capacity transit corridor studies, beginning early work on projects further out in the delivery pipeline to understand community priorities and start identifying cost-saving opportunities, directing coordination with transit agency partners on potential gaps in service due to schedule delay and scope reduction, and with local jurisdiction partners on creative means for collaboratively increasing Sound Transit's financial capacity, and bringing forward specific analysis related to how longer bond terms and additional debt capacity could enable the delivery of more of the ST3 capital program. There's one more action on today's agenda specific to the Enterprise Initiative, and I want to briefly summarize that before concluding the presentation and beginning board discussion, and that is Resolution R 2026-12. This resolution authorizes the remaining rental car tax and would increase the current rate of 0.8% by 1.372% for a new rate of 2.172%. If adopted by the board, the new rate would go into effect beginning on January 1st, 2027, and authorizes the CEO to contract with the state of Washington for tax collection and administration. We estimate the impact of authorizing the remaining rental car tax rate to be approximately $300 million over the life of the finance plan, with approximately 70% of that amount benefiting the South King subarea. That concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Board Member Mosqueda.
Thank you so much, Chair. Alex, could you go to slide 10? The bottom of your notes, I think the last comment that you mentioned on slide 10 is something I wanted to write down, and I was wondering if you could repeat the last sentence that you said for slide 10.
I can do that. Oh, I said I want to emphasize that no projects in the ST3 program are canceled or eliminated in this proposal, and the agency still has time to identify resources to advance those projects that have construction segments that aren't funded before we need to fully consider pausing their implementation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Board Member Bernie.
Thank you. So I have a clarifying question on the adaptive program management plan in section 4. It says a draft is brought to the board this fall and the final plan is presented for board consideration in December. And then the board approves updates annually. Is it the intention that the board will vote on that plan in December, since it's also approving the updates annually after that?
I believe it is. It may be a drafting issue in the resolution. And so I believe so.
All right. I might make ask for an amendment after we move the motion to clarify that. Thank you.
Board Member Wilson.
Thank you. I also have a question about the adaptive program management section. So it lays out new guidelines that include new thresholds for escalating issues to the board and new reporting requirements. I think all of us want more oversight and appreciate being able to take action on emergent risks, but I also want to make sure that we're not micromanaging. And so I was wondering, do these thresholds exist now? And if so, what are they? And if we're adding new thresholds, can we be sure that they're going to be set at a point that's high enough such that it prevents micromanagement of project delivery by the board?
Thank you for that question. I would say that what the resolution seeks to do is define when we would, as you noted, escalate issues. Those definitions don't exist today, but that would be some of the work that we would do between now and the end of the year to bring back to you for consideration. And I think coming at this from a lens of what feels like would be looking at what we've experienced and what would provide that transparency, we'll figure out the right balance.
Thanks.
Other questions, board members? Any other questions? All right. Oh, yes. Board Member Wilson.
I also have a question about the high capacity studies section. So South Lake Union has been the fastest growing job center in our region for the last couple of decades. And the city's been working with that neighborhood for over 20 years on transportation planning to meet its needs. And those plans have long assumed a transit station near Aurora and Harrison that would connect that community to the regional light rail system and address the decades of east-west congestion that we've seen on Denny Way and north-south congestion on Westlake and Dexter. So I know that this update to the system plan is not going to decide the fate of that station. That will happen during the EIS process later this year. But we do know that this resolution underscores the need for Sound Transit to continue to find cost savings. And so I assume there's going to be a lot of interest in looking at lower cost alternatives in the DEIS process, and that could include the loss of that station at Harrison and 7th. So what I'm wondering about the resolution before us, basically in attachment B, it states that Sound Transit could pursue additional high capacity transit studies based on significant scope reductions or system delays impacting ridership, mobility, or user experience to the ST3 system plan. And so I'm wondering if through the environmental review process later this year, we end up deciding on consolidation of those stations. Would South Lake Union have a high capacity transit ST4 study that would position us to consider needed high capacity transit investments in that center as part of any future funding discussion? Is that the understanding in that language that would extend to a future scenario in which we eliminate that station?
Yes, it would.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions at this point? Okay, so the way we'll proceed, we'll get the original main resolution in front of us, and then we'll move through the amendments. The first is the striker, but we have to have the main motion in front of us. So is there a motion to approve resolution R 2026-11?
So moved. This is Member Bernie.
Bernie, who's second? Second. Mello. All right. Ready to move on to amendment 1? Yes.
Chair, is it possible that I can make a friendly amendment based on the response from the staff on adding the word "and approval" to the section 4?
To the striker?
To the striker.
Yes. Let's get the striker in front of us, and I will move
Great, thank you.
Approval of the amendment number 1. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second. And I would consider that a friendly amendment. That was the intent.
Great, thank you so much.
So we'll make sure the language indicates that is for board adoption. Okay. Any questions on amendment 1? Yes, Board Member Walker.
Chair, I just wanted to make some quick comments. I know this is the easy one, and this is the cleaned up version, but I just wanted to thank you for adding. I had asked a couple times about adding the project costs, and this makes it so clear. And I think as a baseline, this is where transparency and trust starts, is having everything out there. And I think the updates that you made are maybe a cleaned up or easy version, but they're really substantive in what we put forward to the community as we move into these more difficult ones. So I just want to thank you for your leadership on that and really appreciate having those costs, specific dates, specific how we move through this entire enterprise. It makes it really, really clear, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? All right, these are amendments or voice vote. All those in favor of amendment 1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Any abstentions? All right, amendment 1 is adopted. So that is, we now have in front of us an amended resolution. So amendment 2, I'll call on Vice Chair Balducci to offer amendment 2.
Thank you. I move approval of amendment 2.
Moved and seconded. Board Member Balducci.
Thank you. Just sorry that I'm the first, because I have to ask a process question. Do you want the sponsors to brief it or staff to brief the amendments? I'm happy to. It doesn't matter to me. Just
My understanding is we will provide that it'd be you briefing it, and then
Fantastic.
I'd say both. So
okay. I'll speak first and then.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Let me give a rationale and then explain what the amendment does. There are a few of us in this room who helped to plan and pass the Sound Transit 3 ballot measure. You, Chair, our current CEO, I think Board Member Von Reichbauer. And we're committed to it. We're committed to making sure that we deliver this entire package. We heard the passion today and throughout this process. But we have a history of realignments now. This is the 4th by my count, my 3rd personally that I have been part of. We keep ending up back here in this cycle, and the gaps have been growing as we go through this cycle. We're now faced with a $35-ish billion shortfall and taking some really extraordinary steps to address that. And I think that you'll see that a number of the amendments, and indeed a lot of the work in the underlying proposal from yourself, Mr. Chair, are aimed at getting us out of the cycle, fixing the immediate problem, but also getting us out of the cycle. This proposal asks for us to institutionalize an activity and resources and people to work on innovation and extraordinary innovations. It is not my favorite term, but we took it from LA. They have a section of extraordinary innovation where they take a section and they give them authorization and people and expertise to try to come up with ways to do things differently and deliver projects more reliably, more quickly, more efficiently. And that's what this is aiming to do for Sound Transit. Particularly with regard to, it's asking the CEO to assess and recommend how we can do this. It's not directing how we do it. It's asking the CEO to come back with a proposal for how to institutionalize this, but directing that proposal to include report on project delivery models, permitting and regulatory reform, right-of-way access partnerships, financing innovation, technology integration, and to come back with a proposal for where this work should be permanently housed. The proposal is that we ask for a recommendation that it be housed in the CEO's section, because this is meant to address the entire institution, not capital, not finance, not just operations, but all of the above. But of course, if the CEO wanted to propose a different structure, I think we should consider it. I could go on, but I really think that with this kind of resources, we could, some of us were on a trip, some of us from this agency and Metro and Transportation Choices went on a trip to Montreal just a couple weeks ago and saw some really interesting things they're doing there. Do they work here? Who knows? But we learned some things, and we should try to figure out if they work here, ways to finance projects that are helping them to move their program a lot faster than our program is moving. So I would urge your support for this work. It's meant to help us to do better in delivering everything we've promised under ST3 and to break the cycle of realignments. I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex?
Sure. So brief staff analysis associated with each. So this amendment leverages and builds on activities defined in the enterprise work plan articulated in attachment P. There are potential financial implications related to the identification of resource requirements and staffing needs, but that will only be confirmed once the study is complete and recommendations developed. Additionally, as Board Member Balducci mentioned, the amendment states the need for a new organizational section to report directly to the CEO, and it is possible that staff recommendations would ultimately differ. That concludes the staff assessment.
Great. Questions? Board Member Mosqueda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Less of a question and more of a note of appreciation. I also appreciate the delineation of the various tools that are outlined in the amendment. And I want to thank you as well, Mr. Chair, for the inclusion of this 6-year financing tool. That was a concept that we had talked to you and a number of board members about. You've included that in your revised Stryker. So thank you for taking that amendment. I think that tool, in addition to these, will help us get out of the cycle that Board Member Balducci mentioned and allow for us to really look at 6-year financing plans akin to what we see at the state legislature with their capital budget and many of our jurisdictions that consider 6-year plans. So just a note of appreciation for that. And I think it complements many of the items in the amendment.
Thank you. Questions or comments? I'll just say I find this totally consistent and a benefit addition to the language we've included about adaptive management and being creative in the future. And we do need to innovate as we go. So I appreciate this amendment. Any other comments or questions? Okay, all those in favor of Amendment 2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Any abstentions? All right, Amendment 2 is adopted. Amendment 3, Vice Chair Balducci.
Thank you, Chair. I move adoption of Amendment 3.
And I'll second.
Moved and seconded, Vice Chair Balducci.
Thank you. Along similar lines, this amendment directs the implementation of financial governance standards. Basically, the two thoughts here. One is that just the whole idea of going into realignments causes distraction from our mission, a lot of work, as you all have seen, and it causes concern in the public and undermines trust and credibility, and we should avoid it if all possible. The two thoughts are to break the cycle again of realignments. First, that we should just monitor and have more early warning financial distress indicators. How a 30 some odd $billion gap can grow to that level without the board having intervened sooner is still a question in my mind, and I think we should never allow that to happen again. The indicators should be reported regularly to the board and made publicly available. Again, this is all very consistent with proposals already in the document and in other amendments, but I think that this adds the component of making it transparent to the public. The second thought is to think about the standards that we have adopted that trigger realignments and whether we need those standards to trigger realignments as frequently as they do. We have now had an escalating cycle of realignments. The first one was, I believe, in 2006. Then there was the Great Recession. Then there was COVID, and they seem to be getting faster and bigger. And so do we need a 5% imbalance rule? Maybe we do, maybe we don't, but this asks us to assess that rule and come back with a suggestion about whether we should be more flexible about when we trigger realignment. And then develop recommended financial governance standards that address the frequency and triggers for realignment reviews, advanced planning cycles that provide predictability and transparent metrics for project prioritization, including highlighting existing limitations. We're asking for this to come back as recommendations at a time recommended by staff when they're ready to do so for board consideration and adoption into the updated financial policies, which will be coming back, I believe, later this year. And that is the amendment I would urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex?
So staff appreciate the intent of this amendment. Certainly I do. And would also note the intent of the adaptive program management plan is to break the cycle and avoid these sorts of events. While staff can review and provide recommendations to the financial policies, as noted in this amendment, there are limitations to how those can be modified or changed because some of them are voter approved as part of the ST3 ballot measure. For example, project prioritization is established by the voter approved plan, and the board has limited ability to change that prioritization except in instances of sub-area or system-wide affordability challenges. Similarly, the obligation to perform, quote, realignments exists within the voter approved ballot measure and so can only be changed by a vote of the people. But nevertheless, the intent certainly of the adaptive program management plan is in service to avoiding and breaking this cycle. So that concludes the staff assessment.
Thank you. Questions, discussion? Yes, Roscoe.
I am in support of this amendment. I would like an opportunity for the board to evaluate all the reports that we have required of staff over the last number of years, definitely since the realignment. And if there is a way to cut away some of those required reports, that I think we have an opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, good suggestion. Other comments or questions?
Chair, just to close, I want to state my support for what my colleague just said. We should consolidate and focus and make those reports as useful as possible and the work worth the outcome. I think that's very fair.
Excellent suggestion. I'm sure staff would appreciate that mightily. Okay, anything else? All right, Amendment 3, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Any abstentions? All right, Amendment 3 is adopted. Okay, moving on to Amendment 4, Service Reliability, Vice Chair Balducci.
Thank you, Chair. I move adoption of Amendment 4.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. This is a little simpler. It is a policy statement. I believe this statement existed already in some of the factual findings or whereas clauses, but I wanted to pull it up into the actionable section so that we are clear that this is a policy statement. And it says that while we work to deliver the entire ST3 plan as revenue becomes available, it will be the agency's top priority to maintain stability and reliability of sound transit service that riders depend on. This is a hold the service harmless while we build, not cannibalize the service to build sort of policy. And it does go on to ask for quarterly reports, which I will readily admit that as we move forward and consolidate reports, I am not fixed on quarterly reports on this particular item, separate from anything else. We'll work on what the reports ought to be.
Alex.
Well, so for context specific to direction established by this amendment, there are quarterly reports on operational safety and security metrics and ridership trends at the Rider Experience and Operations Committee, so that we feel we are satisfying that direction already. And in addition, the agency develops and presents annual service plans that respond to changing conditions for board approval, also through the Rider Experience and Operations Committee. And that concludes the staff assessment.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Board Member Walker.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board Member Balducci, for bringing this forward, and welcome the reports on whatever rate we end up at the Rider Experience and Operations Committee. I think it's so easy to get stuck in the weeds and get weighed down by the financial pieces of the work that we're doing right now, and keeping the riders front and center is vitally important. And so I welcome that discussion at the REO committee, and thank you for bringing this forward. Really important.
Other comments or questions? Further discussion? All right, so Amendment 4, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Any abstentions? All right, Amendment 4 is adopted. Amendment 5, Board Member Roscoe.
Thank you, Chair. So you want me to speak to it and then we'll do.
Make a motion.
I'll make the motion that we adopt this amendment.
Is there a second?
Second, Prince.
Motion and a second. Oh,
All right, and now
you can fight it out amongst your Prince and Miller.
All right, well, thank you, Chair. This amendment pertains to the Innovative Parking Fund established in the Chair's substitute, specifically to further clarify its goals, funding structure, reporting requirements, and potential replenishment. As new stations open across the region, we know that the mix of access options needed will look different in every community. In my community, as an example, the Fife station sits in a suburban context where vehicular access will be important alongside transit, walking, and biking. To meet requirements of the Growth Management Act and maintain consistency with Fife's Puget Sound Regional Council Certified Comprehensive Plan, the city is also doing extensive planning work to use the station to catalyze a new town center. Structured parking is an important part of that vision because it supports regional access to the station while allowing surrounding land to develop consistently with the Fife's City Center Subarea Plan. This amendment ensures the Parking Innovation Fund is funded fairly, divided equitably among the subareas with the greatest need, and is oriented toward catalyzing creative parking and access solutions. This amendment does three things. First, drawing from the language in the 2021 realignment motion, it directs the agency to identify opportunities and make recommendations to deliver flexible and affordable methods for getting people to transit stations where parking is deferred. This direction will benefit all of our future stations and encourage creative partnerships, including interim parking solutions, better local transit connections, first and last mile connections, and more. I want to thank Board Member Balducci for her partnership on this section in particular. Second, the amendment clarifies that this fund will be funded and divided equally among, at this point, 3 subareas, Pierce, King, East King, and Snohomish. This ensures that only the subareas with the greatest need are paying into the fund, sparing the other 2 subareas of the financial burden. Dividing it equally between the 3 subareas also ensures that no single project consumes all of its capacity. Lastly, the amendment adds a reporting and potential replenishment mechanism, asking the CEO to report back on whether this fund has spurred creative partnerships. It also asks future boards to consider replenishing the fund based on its success and available financial resources at the time of review. Thank you for your consideration of this amendment as we work creatively to deliver first and last mile solutions across the Sound Transit District. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex?
So this amendment carries forward, as noted, direction from the board's action to realign the program in 2021 via Resolution R 2021-05. It defines the parameters and establishes the sub-area rules for how the fund is allocated and establishes a high-level policy direction to guide how investments in station access and parking from this fund are made. The annual reporting requirement through the Adaptive Program Management Plan will also enable efficient board reporting. And that concludes staff analysis.
Thank you. Comments or questions? Discussion? Where'd that come from? Oh, McLeod first.
Could I clarify, who seconded the amendment? Was it?
No.
It was Prince. Okay, thank you.
So who was it? Prince. Yes. Board Member Bernie.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to say I appreciate the focus on innovative partnerships and the work that you put into this and your team. So thank you.
Yes. Board Member Mello.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank Board Member Roscoe and Balducci for working on this. And I appreciate the desire here and the intent to make sure that we really recognize that all of our communities are different, how people get to their stations are different, and how we build the kinds of communities around our stations that we envision are different. And that we ensure the notion of sub-area equity with all of these resources. This applies here with this intent. And I really look forward to the creativity that's going to come from this. Really also hoping for a lot of public-private partnerships and how we can get the intended growth and vitality around our stations. And this is one way to go about incenting that vitality that we envision around people-centered stations. So thank you again to the board members who have worked on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Further discussion?
Chair.
Yes, Board Member Walker.
Thank you, Chair. I just briefly, I want to support this motion. I approach parking conversations with a lot of skepticism as a transit agency, but I really appreciate Board Member Roscoe and team in putting this together in a way that I think makes sense for the stations that we're talking about and the way it's going to work as a partnership. And as Board Member Mello said, really consider those stations most in need. So I appreciate this. So while I started out as a skeptic, I will be passing this one or voting yes on this one.
Thank you. Further discussion? All right, all those in favor of Amendment 5 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Any abstentions? All right, Amendment 5 is adopted. Moving on to Amendment number 6, Board Member Prince.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to adopt the amendment.
I'll second. It's Bernie.
Bernie, thank you. Board Member Prince.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Amendment 6 would advance the Renton Transit Center parking garage into the fully funded project list. The amendment also identifies a funding offset with the proposal, maintaining balance within the overall plan within the East King sub-area. This is Renton's preferred amendment, will deliver important investments to the city and one that is the best balance for various stakeholders. I'd like to thank the board staff, leadership for the work that's gone into the enterprise initiative process. In particular, thanks to board members Zahalai, Fain, Bernie, and McLeod for the support on this amendment. I want to thank my Renton community for showing up and speaking up and engaging, including Mayor Pavone, Council President Perez, and other colleagues who sent in written comments. Also want to thank Mayor Mullet for his support. Amendment 6 is the creative solution that we have worked with for our colleagues on funding the Renton Transit Center garage. This amendment is important because it supports riders throughout Renton and South King County who depend on transit and rely on parking facilities to connect into the regional system. This amendment also reflects importance in partnerships and creative solutions. This investment in Renton will support regional mobility, access to jobs and education, working families and daily commuters, and riders who rely on transit to connect to schools, healthcare, and essential services. I urge support of Amendment 6.
Thank you. We'll have staff report first.
So the current cost estimate for the Renton Transit Center parking garage is approximately $98 million in a year of expenditure dollar. So the amount identified would fund the Renton Transit Center parking garage. The proposed amendment, as noted, is budget neutral with an offset identified through East King County's South Kirkland-Issaquah Link Extension Project, also known as the 4 line. But noting that there is a nuance in terms of the dollar value offset given the different assumed years of expenditure, but that has been accounted for by the finance team. There are implications related to reducing the amount of funding available for the 4 line, but additional planning work will help validate costs. Finally, the staff assumption will move forward assuming the current delivery timeline for the Renton Transit Center parking garage as established in Resolution R 2021-05 of 2034.
Thank you. All right, Board Member Bernie.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate the partnership that's gone into finding a solution for the Renton Transit Center parking garage, even though it is garage in the title. This project is about access. It's an important infrastructure investment to help riders from the region access the sound transit system. And I also urge your support.
Thank you. Board Member Zahalai.
Thank you, Chair. I think Board Member Mello said it best when he said different communities access transit in different ways, and the Renton community has made it clear to us through their mayor, through their council members, through several community members that the Renton parking garage is critical infrastructure for accessing public transit. And so I hope that we will support this. It has the support of board members from the east sub area, as well as the south sub area, as well as the mayor of Issaquah, Mark Mullet, as well as the mayor of Renton, Armando Pavone. I will also note that my hope has always been that the resources transferred from the South Kirkland Issaquah line are parking garage resources transferring to other parking garage resources and not going from transit to parking garage resources. The cost estimates of the SKI line state that they contemplate a 500-car parking garage and a 355-stall parking garage in connection with the 4 line. And those estimates are over $100 million. And so that has always been my hope, that we're not going from transit to parking garage, but from parking garage to parking garage. And I would like to formalize that hope through a friendly amendment, if that is possible and allowable by the prime sponsor. So if we can add a line that where it says, reduce the South Kirkland to Issaquah link total from 8.4 billion to 8.3 billion in the fully funded projects portion of table 1. I would like to add a line that says, by assuming a reduction in parking investments in the project, if that is friendly amendment is allowable.
I will accept that.
It's a friendly amendment. I'll ask, are there parking lot investments included in the 4 line?
There are.
Okay. Sufficient.
Correct.
Okay.
Chair.
Yes. Board member, we had board member Mosqueda first and then board member Belducci.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add my appreciation to the sponsors. Thank you very much to board members Prince, Zachary, Bernie, Fain, and McLeod. And I wanted to express my appreciation to members of the building and construction trades, Laborers 242, and the carpenters from the Pacific Northwest newly reformed local. They've all expressed appreciation for this, not only in the ability to build it, but the ability for more working families to be able to use the line. So I just wanted to echo that appreciation for them reaching out and say, well, this is nowhere near my district. I appreciate the connectivity that this will allow for.
Thank you. Board member Balducci.
Thank you, Chair. I support this project for all the reasons that have been stated by Board Member Prince and Board Member Mosqueda. The Renton community has been waiting for a long time for this investment, and I'm glad that we are taking the opportunity to make a commitment to it. I cannot support the funding source because we are taking money from a light rail extension project, $100 million from a light rail extension project, and moving it into a parking project. And we're doing that with it's a little sight unseen. I appreciate the attempt to say, well, it's going to be parking for parking, but we haven't had 5 seconds to think about what that really looks like or means, or what the money looks like, or who's losing access in other places so that we can do this. I don't like saying no to good proposals because I don't like aspects of them. So I spent quite a bit of time over the last few days since we learned about where the funding source was coming from for this proposal, coming up with an alternative amendment that would allow for this to be funded and not require that that funding come from the South Kirkland to Issaquah light rail extension project. It has not been unusual for parking garages to be deferred or delayed from light rail projects in the past. That has happened a fair bit. So it's possible that we don't end up with parking money in South Kirkland to Issaquah at all, and we're just taking $100 million from light rail, because this doesn't say we don't do that. I would prefer that we either adopt the alternate amendment, which admittedly has more general funding sources, but which would allow us to figure out how to fund this, give us some time to work to figure out how to fund this without taking money from light rail, or that we ask the staff to help us do that without committing, which this amendment does, commits that the money has to come from South Kirkland to Issaquah light rail. We are a transit agency, not a parking agency. We should not take money out of our primary mission to do an important, necessary, but ancillary service. And I think we can do both. And I'm proposing that we do both, but I can't support this funding source no matter how popular it is. Thank you, Chair.
Board member Fain.
Thank you. Thank you again to Board Member Prince and Mayor Pavoni and Renton for your leadership. I appreciate Board Member Zahle, your continued support of South King County, and appreciate the verbal amendment that clarifies this is funding coming from the South Kirkland to Issaquah link parking investments and going to the Renton Transit Center parking investment. So
Thank you also to board members Tom McLeod and Angela Burney for recognizing that Renton has invested for decades into Sound Transit and is receiving a bus rapid transit instead of light rail right now. And this is critical access infrastructure. I also appreciate that our partners from other cities, including on the east side, Issaquah Mayor Mark Mullet has been a tremendous partner and leader and willing to work together with us. I'll note that we just passed a resolution that dedicates $33 million to the East King sub-area, so that could potentially help close that gap. South King County did not receive any of that, and that was something that we were willing to do in order to ensure that Renton gets a parking garage. I recognize that Renton is not in the South King sub-area, but on the South King County Council, I represent most of Renton. And so this is an interesting place to be in, where a very large portion of my district is not in my sub-area, but it doesn't mean that I'm not going to advocate for it. I think a lot of you know that in South King County, there isn't a convenient walk or bike or alternative transportation. And without parking garages like this, it's a critical access infrastructure, because it just means without it, people are just going to drive. And so this makes transit accessible and realistic for working families and seniors and caregivers and residents in communities who do not have transit connections. And I think we've now heard it several times, transit access looks different in different communities. And I think a successful transit system recognizes that reality. And so this amendment is not about choosing cars over transit. It's about turning drivers into transit riders. And if we want people to leave cars behind, we need a practical place for them to leave their cars. So, colleagues, I ask for your support.
Thank you for that. Board Member Wilson.
Yeah, well, I strongly support additional investment in Renton and very much understand the motivations behind this amendment. I also strongly share the sentiment that we are sound transit, not sound parking. And parking is very, very expensive to build. And given the magnitude of the shortfall that this agency is facing, I will not be able to support building a parking garage.
Thank you. Other comments?
I have a question, information question.
Yes, go ahead.
Point of information, I guess.
Yes.
To the staff, under this amendment, would the parking allowance that we just voted on that comes to East King County be a funding source for this parking garage?
You mean the parking, regional parking fund?
Correct.
No, the source for this would be from the South Kirkland Issaquah Link project per the amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Mosqueda.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I just wanted to add, I noted my appreciation for the building trades, and I just wanted to note as well, Lisa Beauregardis has served on this body for a long time. She's not here. It's her first meeting. She's not here. So as we appreciate them weighing in support of this amendment, I wanted to appreciate her work as well. And I know you have plans to celebrate her when she comes back, but I meant to include that. So sorry for the derailing there, but wanted to just appreciate the collective efforts to raise this issue from the labor perspective.
Thank you for that. Other comments, debate? I just want to echo the comments, and I think Executive Mello said it best, and Board Member Fain just said it also. These facilities, I understand they're controversial in some communities, but they are absolutely essential for getting people onto transit in many other areas. And so it is, to me, a critical part of the transit infrastructure. And so am happily going to support this. Any other comments or questions?
Chair, I'm sorry to dominate. Let me just say one sentence. I want to repeat myself. I support the project. I would prefer that we not use transit funding for the project. And I had a proposal to use other funding for the project. And so the comments that if you vote for this, you support the project. If you don't, you don't, are inaccurate. And I just want to be clear about that for the record. There's better funding sources for this, and we are choosing not to consider them today.
Thank you.
Zahalai?
Yes.
I just wanted to comment on the alternative proposal. My understanding is that the alternative proposal would find $100 million through bonding, aka borrowing money to invest in parking garages. And when you eat up Sound Transit's debt capacity, that is money that could have otherwise gone to transit that is going to parking. We have had a lot of conversations about infill stations and building things like the Boeing Access Road infill station by borrowing more money. But we have chosen not to go down that path because it puts the agency in a more financially precarious situation. And so this is not, the alternative does not say we're going to not take transit money and put it into parking. It also absolutely takes money from takes resources that could have otherwise gone to transit and puts it into parking. So I think that framing is unfair. And so I encourage everybody to pass this amendment.
Thank you. And I also meant to shout out, this is the first amendment that had really significant potential financial implications. And we did ask at the start of this process to stay within both system affordability, but also sub-area affordability and equity. And if there was project additions, to find offsets. And that's what's been presented in this case. So I'm very appreciative of both the sub-areas working to find offsets. Any other comments? Okay. Which amendment? 6. Geez. Okay.
Call for division, Chair.
Roll call. I know. All right.
Claudia Balducci?
No.
Board Member Balducci votes no. Angela Burney?
Aye.
And Board Member Burney votes aye. Stephanie Fain?
Aye.
Board Member Fain votes aye. Cassie Franklin?
Aye.
Board Member Franklin votes aye. Hunter George?
Aye.
Board Member George votes aye. Thomas McLeod?
Aye.
Board Member McLeod votes aye. Ryan Mello?
Aye.
Board Member Mello votes aye. Julie Meredith?
Aye.
Board Member Meredith votes aye. Teresa Mosqueda?
Aye.
Board Member Mosqueda votes aye. David Partial?
Aye.
Board Member Partial votes aye. Ed Prince?
Aye.
Board Member Prince votes aye. Kim Roscoe?
Aye.
Board Member Roscoe votes aye. Dan Strauss?
Aye.
Board Member Strauss votes aye. Pete Von Reichbauer?
Aye.
Board Member Von Reichbauer votes aye. Christina Walker?
Nay.
Board Member Walker votes no. Katie Wilson?
Nay.
Board Member Wilson votes no. Gurmai Zahalai?
Aye.
Board Member Zahalai votes aye. Dave Summers?
Aye.
And Chair Summers, there's 15 aye votes and 3 nay votes.
Thank you. That amendment is adopted. All right, we're on to Amendment 7. Vice Chair Balducci.
It's not in order. It's competing with 6, so we move on.
Thank you. Amendment 8, Board Member Wilson.
I move Amendment 8.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mello, second. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes. So the South Graham Street Station was originally included in the South Move package that went to voters back in 1995 and has been dropped and added and dropped repeatedly over the last 30 years. So this amendment would bring that station into affordability. The community around Graham Street has remained avid supporters of light rail, completing several neighborhood plans to get ready for services and density to support greater transit. This amendment would follow through on our agency's long promise to this community by creating a funding pathway for this infill station. The City of Seattle is partnering with King County on this amendment, and we have proposed several potential funding sources that will not impact other subareas, and that includes a last-in option for up to $30 million in third-party funding to create this funding pathway. I just want to express my appreciation to all of the community members who have come out to support this amendment. I'm very excited to be bringing it forward alongside colleagues, Executive Zahala and council members Mosqueda and Strauss. And I hope that the board will support us in advancing this amendment.
Thank you. Alex.
So while not fully offset, the ability to assume a $25 million federal grant and up to a $30 million City of Seattle commitment brings the amount remaining to fund to approximately $130 million. Further, the amendment identifies potential additional offsets related to potential cost savings with the Pinehurst Station, incorporating identified cost savings opportunities, permitting and right-of-way opportunities with the City of Seattle, and risk management strategies that could lower the project's identified amount of contingency. Staff were able to model the impacts of the federal grant and potential city commitment. Adding Graham Street Station into the fully funded plan marginally affects debt capacity, but the overall plan remains in the medium risk band. And that concludes the staff assessment.
Thank you.
Chair Strauss.
Yes. Strauss.
I believe that my name was supposed to be on this amendment, but just double checking. Can I please have my name in? Fantastic. Thank you.
Zahala. Oh, were you done, Councilmember? Okay.
I support this amendment.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I think this is such a special opportunity to fulfill a promise to a community that absolutely deserves it. When we first saw the first proposal and it had Graham Street deferred, we felt like a project that is relatively inexpensive, an infill station in a densely populated, urban and diverse community. This is exactly the type of place that we want to build in. The South Seattle community never let up on us. We felt so much advocacy and pressure, and we attended several town halls where the community made it clear that this is a priority. We heard from public commenters today that said, we rely on transit. This is our livelihood. This is something that allows us to get to work and to healthcare and to so many opportunities. And so I'm proud to put this forward alongside the mayor. You all have a mayor who's such a champion for transit. Thank you. And the Councilmember Mosqueda and Councilmember Strauss as well for your championship of this. I really hope that we can pass this amendment and deliver a long-held promise to South Seattle.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Prince.
Board Member Prince.
So as someone who was born and raised in the South End of Seattle, I am a son of the South End. I enthusiastically support this.
Thank you. Yes, Board Member Mello.
Thank you. I know the board members who've worked on this have worked really hard on it. I appreciate the ideas coming to the table, like additional revenue and other cost savings. I just want to hear from the staff, perhaps from the principals from the other governments. I see in the amendment that it speaks specifically to City of Seattle last in dollars if necessary of up to $30 million. And I see in the amendment, it talks about also King County coming, but I don't see a dollar amount. So can we hear on the record what the King County contribution is, if any, to make this happen, just so that there's clarity for all of us about how we're going to make this happen?
I'm not prepared to speak on behalf of King County, but what I can say is certainly the direction is for Sound Transit to work with project partners, including the city and King County, to develop a plan that includes confirmed cost savings opportunities, identification of alternative financing and funding to support project delivery. I think the way that we interpret it is that we would work with both those governments through June 1st, 2027, when we are required to bring back a plan. And that my understanding is that at this moment in time, the city is prepared to make a commitment of resources. My interpretation is there may be additional commitments, but perhaps not yet realized in this moment in time. But again, I don't want to speak for King County government on that.
I'm just trying to gain clarity for us as we try to deal with it.
I think the city's is the firm commitment.
Okay, other questions or discussion? Yes, Board Member Meredith.
I
I just want to thank the board members who worked on this for demonstrating the leadership that we're going to need to deliver this program in facilitating, the efficient and effective implementation of it through their permitting and right-of-way process. So I appreciate that, and I'll support this amendment.
Yeah, McLeod.
So I want to speak in support of this amendment. For a long time, both infill stations, the Graham Street and the Boeing Access Road, were kind of linked together. I guess we're separating now, but I encourage this. I think this is good work on Seattle's part to offer a solution to fill a funding gap. And I'm in favor of both stations being built, so I certainly support the Graham Street station.
Okay. Board Member Mosqueda.
Thank you, Chair. I too want to appreciate the sponsors who brought this together. I was proud to co-sponsor, but I want to thank Executive and Board Member Zahalai, Board Member Wilson, Board Member Strauss, and to all of the community partners who've continued to bring this up. Board Member Zahalai spoke to the communities, the conversations that we've had, the emails, the phone calls on, we heard during public comment, the aunties. People, I think, really are enthusiastic about this location. And to Board Member McLeod's point that he continues to raise, the importance of equity and parity being offered through the infill stations, plural, because I do see this tied to our commitment to Boeing Access Road as well. I think this does a lot, not only to create more access, but I think it also goes a long way to build that trust and build that relationship back with community partners, as we've heard about the need for us to repair some relationships and move forward with our commitments to build in areas that have been long waiting. So I'm very thankful that we are delivering on a promise that was made to the Rainier Valley community members through this amendment. And I think this is one of many components in the amendment package and in the underlying striker that help rebuild that trust. So thank you for the work that you put into this amendment. And to all the aunties and community members who let us know how critically important this is, we appreciate you moving this forward. And did I say Board Member Wilson? I wanted to say thank you as well. I can't remember if I said your name, so thank you for being the prime.
Further discussion? Yes, Board Member Wilson.
I just want to say thank you for all the words of support from my colleagues, and we will continue fighting for Boeing Access Road.
Great. Any other discussion? All right. All those in favor of Amendment 8 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Any abstentions? All right, Amendment 8 is adopted. Oh, that was 7. Sorry. No, it was 8. It was 8. Okay, eyes failing. Amendment 9. No, it says 8 and 9 here. Boeing Access Road.
Thank you.
I believe Board Member McLeod.
Yes. I hope that last one was 8 because I'm ready to go with 9.
Yeah, it's 9. Sorry.
So I'd like to make an amendment that Amendment 9 be adopted to Resolution number 2026-11.
Second, Mosqueda.
Motion and a second. Board Member McLeod.
Okay, let me just share with you this. So this is specific to the Boeing Access Road. We spent a lot of time these last few months working on an amended resolution, and I think we're at a place now where we could make a step forward, and I want to make that step. So I'm a mayor first, and I'm a mayor for a community that once again has a project that's being kicked out with no current path to move to construction. So this is the oldest project in the list of projects. This was first voted on in 1996 with Sound Move, again in 2016 with ST3. So for all the comments that about we've been waiting a long time, I understand that because we have been waiting a very long time for this. So I'm not the only board member who has a project that could be delayed. So I'm happy that Graham is moving forward. I support that. And we've always viewed Barr and Graham as companion projects. South Seattle, like Tukwila, is underrepresented community. And I hope many of you had a chance to read the op-ed by King County Councilmember Rhonda Lewis that showed up in the Urbanist this week to talk about that representation. And to me, it's important that we lead with equity. We talk about it. We say it's important. When we want votes from the community, we reach out and we use that language. But when it comes time to deliver the project, we're not taking the same position. And I want us to think about that as we move forward. So one thing that I want to note is that I've heard at all the Sound Transit Board meetings and the public forums that I attend, everyone is advocating for transit and to build these projects. No one has come forward and said, don't build Graham, don't build the Boeing Access Road. So what is before you here is, it's kind of 2 points here. The north part of Tukwila, in some areas, is a transit desert. And we're trying to just get some transit in the area. We're not trying to upgrade. I got a neighborhood by the Tukwila Community Center where there's no metro, there's no light rail. And so what we're proposing, number one, is that we develop a plan for identifying cost savings and alternative financing and delivery options for the Boeing Access Road infill station. And we're asking that that be reviewed by staff and delivered to the board by February of 2027. What is a financial path forward for us where we can get to construction? And the second thing that we're asking is that we take $10 million from the Innovation and Technology Fund to further develop and implement innovative alternative transit options and recommendations be identified. How do we get just any transportation in that part south of Boeing Field? The King County Airport has a big development that they're working on, and I think the King County council members are going to see that probably next year. And in their 2045 vision, they are anticipating some sort of station at the Boeing Access Road to help in their transit loop around the airport. So this is the step that I've asked that we take, and we will figure out what are the next steps. But for now, I'd like your support to move Boeing Access Road forward in this regard.
Thank you. Alex.
So there are minimal implications related to the development of the work plan, as the project team is already pursuing these sorts of opportunities while also advancing preliminary engineering to further identify potential cost savings opportunities. Developing innovative and alternative transit options will require staff capacity. We will need to assess potential options based on how they are implemented. And it is likely that we identify options and recommendations that are outside of the Innovation and Technology Fund scope or Sound Transit Statutory Authority. For example, we are not able to directly fund local transit services in North Tukwila. That said, we do feel like there will be options developed that will be within the scope of the Innovation and Technology Fund. That concludes the staff assessment.
Thank you.
Zahalai.
Board Member Zahalai.
Thank you. As King County Executive, as a resident of North Tukwila, this is my mayor right here. This has been a priority, and we fought really hard to bring this into affordability right alongside the mayor, who has been such a champion for his city. I'm disappointed that we couldn't get it into the affordability column, Mayor McLeod. And it's clear that a lot more work has to be done. It's my expectation that Sound Transit will work aggressively toward making this infill station a reality. And in the meantime, I'm proud to support $10 million in transit mitigation funds. We need to do everything in our power to make sure that people in North Tukwila can connect to transit. And I'm hopeful that this amendment will bring us closer to that reality. So thank you for your championship. Thank you to the community in North Tukwila for all of your outspoken advocacy. I urge all my colleagues on the board to support.
Thank you. Discussion. Board Member Roscoe.
Chair, I just have some, I don't know if these would be considered friendly changes, but there are two sentences. The plan should identify opportunities, and the plan should also examine Sound Transit debt capacity. I'm wondering if we can just change those to will.
I would accept that.
Thank you.
Staff, you have any concerns? Okay. All right. Yes.
May I also add, Chair, that King County Metro stands ready to partner on this as well.
Thank you. Board Member Mosqueda.
Thank you very much. And thanks, Board Member Roscoe. Thanks for strengthening the amendment. Board Member McLeod, thank you for your tenacity. Thank you for your due diligence to make sure that this issue continues to come up and remain central to how we build out and fulfill those promises for the Boeing Access Road. I'm really thankful to be a partner with you. I too have the privilege of representing this area in District 8 at King County. And one of my first jobs was at Seymour Community Health Centers in the neighborhood down there. And I spent every lunch hour running around the area. I am very familiar with the lack of access to transit and the lack of pedestrian safety there. I am thankful for the vision that you've articulated in our conversations about how this Boeing Access Road road can help lead to greater safety for pedestrians, for cyclists, for people that we want to be able to ride the light rail there to get to jobs or get to the light museum. That is going to be a critical area for us, and it's critical, again, for us to rebuild trust in that community and to fulfill the promise of that station. I do appreciate that you have thoughtfully put something forward. I'm not sure that I fully understand sort of what the next steps are. I do hope that they are not a list of off-ramps, because this is a critical component to fulfilling the line that was long promised, and appreciate that you have set forward a path to make sure that it can happen. So thanks again to the partnership of King County, our executive Zahalai, who just noted their commitment to community partners along the corridor there that needs safety improvements. So thank you to Mayor Wilson and her team. We know that there's been expressed support for that corridor as well, leading up to that station, and to the city of Tukwila, who's long been wanting to see additional investments there. Mayor McLeod, Board Member McLeod, you have been a vocal supporter of making sure that this board, and I will say this new board, because there's many new members like myself who are here, really center our investments and directives on equity. This amendment speaks to that. So I'm thankful for you putting this forward, making sure it remains a central component. And I think to Board Member Zahalai's points as well, we need to continue to stay on this to make sure that those next steps are followed. $10 million also I see as a minimal investment, given that we just authorized upwards of $9 million to the TIF in Bellevue. Let's definitely put forward 10 million to fulfilling this line. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion?
Can I just, Chair, can I just offer my appreciation to Board Member Fain and Mosqueda for their support of this, and also Executive Zahile for just getting behind this and speaking to the importance of it. Thank you.
Board Member Fain.
Thank you. I just want to echo my colleagues' statements and say that I again appreciate Mayor McLeod for his tenacity. I think when I first learned that he was being appointed to the board and we met, the first thing he said was, I'm going to be advocating for this Boeing Access Road Station. And so I appreciate that. And you're very clear about it. I'm thankful that this amendment reflects such a great partnership and problem solving and the focus on improving access in North Tukwila while we continue to work to build this station. And I'm happy to work in partnership with the executive as chair of King County's Transportation Committee and Regional Transit Committee. I look forward to working on this with King County Metro and the city and our regional partners. So I'm very pleased to support this amendment.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor of Amendment 9 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Any abstentions? Amendment 9 is adopted. Okay. Amendment 10, Board Member Wilson.
I move Amendment 10.
So is there a second?
Second.
Skato, thank you. Go ahead, Board Member Wilson.
Okay, thank you. So this amendment is on a potential future revenue package. We have a responsibility to our region's community members, everyone who voted for ST3 in 2016, and everyone who has been paying into that program for the last 10 years, and everyone in our region who depends on high capacity transit to reach their homes, jobs, and destinations to deliver on the ST3 promise of high capacity transit. The updated system plan that's in front of the board this week stopped short of guaranteeing funding for some of these ST3 projects, including half of the Ballard Link Extension project, anticipated to be the highest ridership project in the entire system. We need to make sure that the board will consider every tool possible to find the capacity to deliver these defunded projects. Currently, the substitute resolution before us refers to many such tools, including cost savings, changes to debt capacity, new bonding authority, and third-party funding. There are numerous places in the resolution and attachments that discuss how we will move projects from unfunded to funded, but nowhere does this resolution explicitly call on the board to consider sending a future revenue package to voters in the event that all other efforts fail to provide the needed capacity to deliver on our promise to voters. Just as ST2 helped to finish Sound Move and ST3 helped to finish ST2, we may need to adopt a new revenue package to complete what ST3 promised to voters. So my amendment calls on Sound Transit staff to develop options for a future revenue package if there are still gaps in delivering ST3, following the next update to the long-range financial plan and following the next state legislative session. Those options could include funding packages at the regional level or at the sub-area level. This amendment is about responsible governance. We need to deliver on the promise to voters, and this amendment helps to give us the options to do so. So I hope that you'll join me in supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Alex?
This amendment is generally straightforward and aligns with other enterprise work plan activities regarding finding ways to increase agency financial capacity, with the difference being that it involves new revenue sources that may require new legislative authority and or voter approval. That concludes the staff assessment.
Thank you. Discussion.
Chair, I have a question.
Balducci and then George.
Thank you. Typically, before we pull together a ballot measure, we do an update to our long-range plan. And when we set off into this enterprise initiative, originally the plans that were going to be updated in order to inform the realignment included an update to the long-range plan. That has been pushed back now because the staff have recommended that we first need to do corridor plan updates before we do a long-range plan update. And I believe we're waiting on the long-range plan update until 2028. So I don't know that this needs to be answered for purposes of this amendment, but I just want to put it out there. If we do end up going back to the voters, I think it's really important that we do so in the context of asking for and being in a position to be credible in asking for expansions, increases in things that we can't do today, not just the things we talked about, which of course would be on the list first, the Boeing Access Road, things that are not on the affordable list, et cetera. But also like where we're going next. Going out to ask people to pay more for what they already paid for is a losing proposition. We've been there, we've done that, it doesn't work. And for really understandable reasons. If we go out again, we should be asking for the next expansion and the update. That's why ST2 paid for part of Sound Move and ST3 paid for part of ST2, but mostly it did a new program. So as we work through this, I would want us to make sure that we have all our ducks in a row to get ready for that question, should we decide to call that question, and to be really clear to the public that would require deliberation and another vote of this board. This is asking for the planning to start, which I fully support.
Thank you. Board Member George.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I very much appreciate the intent behind this. I think it's premature. And so while my vote will be recorded as no, what I mean is not yet. I think coming from my corner of the map, where there's a lot of anger and a lot of frustration and people are waiting and waiting, even talking about the next tax measure will really seriously activate a lot of folks who are not necessarily in Seattle, but in the areas outside of Seattle. My belief is, and I hear this from my constituents, we need to try everything, and we need to try everything and then try it again. And before we start talking about the potential even for the next ballot measures. And we still have a lot of things to try. In this past legislative session, we tried and we failed. We got to go back and try again. And so we've identified things, and I just think we need to keep doing that. I think I also think this isn't necessary. I think the CEO has the authority to. There are other aspects. One of I think it was Amendment number 2, that said explore everything, and expand financial capacity for the ST3 program. I think that the staff has the authority to explore, but I think taking this vote sends a message that there they go again, government coming, trying to take more money, trying to ask us for more money. From my perspective, again, from my corner of the map, trains really need to be running to Tacoma and to Everett before we start talking about the next measure. And I mean, even just talking about it, it is not harmless just to talk about it, which is something I fear people may think. And if at least trains aren't running, at least the pillars are in the ground. And that people can see it's coming because they don't believe it's coming. And I think this will cause some harm. And then to Board Member Balducci's point, it's asking them to consider paying more for what they've already paid for. I think that's problematic. So again, my vote technically is no. What I mean is not yet, because we've got more work to do before we have this conversation. Thank you.
Board Member Franklin.
Thank you, Board Member George. I totally align with most everything you shared, because those of us that are at the end of the line really struggle to talk about additional revenue prior to getting light rail to our communities. Our communities are rightfully livid and frustrated and certainly don't want to talk about paying more. The reason I can support this is because of the specifics around it can be regionalized into a sub area. If Seattle wants to vote for additional revenue, go for it. Everett is certainly not ready for that and won't be ready until we have trains in our community.
Board Member Mello.
Thank you, Chair Summers. I appreciate Board Member Wilson and in the underlying proposal, there is dollars set aside for this very work of doing future planning for the future of the system. We always need to be thinking about the future. So I think planning for the future is the smart and responsible thing to do. And that is part of the proposal, is to think about the future. Like previous speakers, I want to make really clear, I'm all for sub areas thinking about raising more revenue in sub areas if that's what sub areas want to do. In Pierce County, I can't get behind a regional funding package until there is pillars in the ground and folks really see that we're delivering light rail to Tacoma. So in the spirit of no surprises, and this regional board being able to trust each other and work together collaboratively, I just need to say early, I'm going to support the amendment because I think it's the responsible thing to do, to be planning for the future, encouraging sub areas to do what's best for them. But for a regional ballot measure, not until there is substantial, real, concrete progress of delivering light rail to all corners of the region, including Pierce County. Thank you.
Board Member Strauss.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, the biggest vulnerability that our agency has is trust. And we've just heard this from Pierce and Snohomish counties, from Tacoma and from Everett, that we can't continue to talk about expanding the light rail. I know in Ballard, we need to be getting back up to Crown Hill and back up to Northgate, out to Bothell. When we're going through West Seattle, we need to be able to get down to White Center, get down to Renton. We need to stop through the airport. These are the conversations we need to be having, but because our agency has broken trust at the ends of our spine, we can't. And that's something that we need to stare at very directly. I was asked at one point, maybe flippantly, about what would I do? And I said, golden spike this thing. We need to put construction equipment in Tacoma and in Everett as soon as feasibly possible. That's just where I'm at, because we need to be doing more for transit, and we can't until we've addressed the broken promises that we've been making for so many years. That's not why I raised my hand to speak, actually, but I was moved after hearing my friends from the North and the South and the situation that they've been in for so many years. I stand there with you. I rose my hand today because the levy lid lift, or the debt ceiling lift, I'm not sure what the correct terminology is. I was going to run a standalone amendment, but it's just easier to run them together. And so the reason that I'm supportive of this one in particular is if we make some very small financial tweaks, suddenly things become much more feasible. And so when we get into talking about Ballard and the downtown tunnel, there are three really easy lifts. We've got 75-year bonds, we've got this the debt lid lift, and then some efficiencies. We are working with real amounts of money that can close our gaps. And I was going to bring a proposal that says we should send this debt lid lift to voters next year. And I was told that might be a little too ambitious. And so I'm happy to have this language included in Mayor Wilson's amendment. And I think that this is a really important tool that we use because it can work wonders for our agency. We're not utilizing the debt to the level that we should be today. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion? Board Member Roscoe.
Chair, thank you. I have a question. I am wondering, without this amendment, is there anything that precludes a sub-area from, or the city of Seattle doing a ballot measure for their portion of the agency or for what they want to additionally fund?
I'm going to give you a provisional answer and we can follow up with a correct one if I'm incorrect. My understanding, and I believe this amendment identifies enhanced service zones, which I understand to be a tool authorized by the state legislature in a recent legislative session, which does enable a jurisdiction or group of jurisdictions to bring something to the voters. I believe, and again, this is where my provisional knowledge may fail me, that would still require the board to act to basically state your support for that piece of information. So I don't know that there's anything that prevents that by itself, but it may still require the board to endorse that enhanced service zone.
All right, thank you. I think I am similar to Board Member George in relation to yes, but not now. I don't believe the timing, the optics of the timing would be good for Pierce County. And in thinking about bus service, even in Fife, to what I hope to someday be a parking garage next to a light rail station, is that Pierce County needs to have support for its own transit agency. And I'm hoping soon there's a ballot measure for Pierce County voters to support and vote on. And with that, I think will come continued and expanded trust in public transit. So I think that if we can, at least in Pierce County, from my perspective, get beyond that hurdle, I'd be willing to entertain more support for Sound Transit from our voters. Thank you.
Further discussion? Yes, Board Member Mosqueda.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I want to express my appreciation to the sponsor for bringing forward this amendment. As you rolled out your proposed striker initially, and then again with the revised striker, I've been talking about the proposed striker being a yes and proposal. Yes, we see the need to continue to move forward on building all of Sound Transit 3. And we recognize it's going to take additional financing tools. I think in your underlying striker, you've clearly articulated a path for many of these financing tools. And there is an incredible slide that Sound Transit had projected on the screen at the early May executive committee meeting that shows what's possible with some of the additional financing tools. I see the amendment as complementary to that yes and vision. We know we're going to need additional financing tools, and to the degree that we can tee up conversations with the technical feedback and analysis on what the delta is and how we can potentially fill that, it seems prudent to have those conversations early and surface it with members of the public. I appreciate that the amendment also is timely in that it initiates this conversation after the conversation with the state legislative members who we are desperately hoping are listening to this conversation and realize the importance of their role in helping us fulfill the full vision of ST32 with the 75-year bond bill. And in addition to that, that we're showing that we're doing everything we can to find financing tools available to us and potentially within only a sub-region. But let us initiate that conversation and be really transparent about what the delta is and how we hope to fill it so that we truly can fulfill that yes and promise and commit to all the projects that we want to see built. So I think that it's complementary to the vision in your underlying legislation, and appreciate the proactive conversation that this will create.
Just say I agree. It's added, but it's very consistent with the underlying language and strengthens our commitment to look for all opportunities we have to deliver the entire package. So we've already expressed the desire and intent to look for all the tools we need to look at. So I will be supporting the amendment. Further discussion? All right. All those in favor of Amendment 10 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no.
No.
Any abstentions? I believe the ayes have it. Thank you. Amendment 10 is adopted. Amendment 11, Board Member Zahalai.
Thank you, Chair. The Ballard community deserves light rail, and to channel our incredible colleague, Board Member Strauss, this would be the only urban regional center that's not connected to light rail. They have the highest ridership, or the highest projected ridership, in the entire system. Board Member Strauss, witnessing your advocacy has been nothing short of inspiring, and I hope that this amendment captures just a little bit of that creativity, dedication, and tenacity, and make clear that the board's commitment is to continue working, and that this is just the beginning of delivering the full Ballard Link extension all the way to Market Street. The amendment has 4 sections that reflect the commitments that we need to make today. And those commitments are: number 1, accelerate cost savings and project delivery work, including directing Sound Transit to initiate a request for information to identify strategies that reduce cost or speed delivery of Ballard Link extension and other projects through innovative technologies. In my opinion, a lot of this work that prioritizes Ballard and find cost savings for what is projected to be the highest ridership community in the whole system should have been happening over the past decade. That is undoubtedly true. But we are here now. There are a lot of interesting ideas that our community members are floating to make this expansion work, and they should all be given serious consideration, and this amendment directs Sound Transit to do that. The second part of the amendment says we need to pursue additional financial capacity, including looking for additional federal grants, public-private partnerships, value capture programs, and pursuing legislative authority for the 75-year bonds. Next, it talks about community accountability. We need to require Sound Transit to do regular forums to keep community informed on Sound Transit's progress and ensure that there is a line of communication for community members to continue providing ideas for quicker and effective delivery. We need that kind of accountability to the community. And we also want reporting to the board, regular reports, including highlighting any actions the board can take to expedite delivery of their Ballard Link extension. This community deserves this. And again, I've been inspired by you, Board Member Strauss, and our community. Let's get this done.
Thank you. Alex.
This amendment is aligned with existing work from the Ballard Link Extension Project team, particularly related to identifying cost savings and broader agency efforts through the Enterprise Initiative around identifying additional financial capacity. We also anticipate additional board engagement associated with this amendment to further define and refine the scope of a request for information. That concludes the staff assessment.
Thank you. Discussion. Board Member Strauss.
Thank you, Chair. Executive Zahalai, I have to thank you from the bottom of my heart for all of the work that you have done. I might advocate passionately in a steadfast and stubborn manner, but you have lifted quite a bit in this process. And I want to thank you, Chair Summers, Executive Mello. The 3 of you have worked together in a tri-county way to improve. You all know how upset I was when I saw the 3 approaches from staff regarding what we could or could not do. And the 3 of you have worked together in a meaningful way to improve upon what was presented. And I really, truly appreciate that, because without the design money in this package, Ballard would be completely off the map. And so while we are not totally fine, we are at least back on the map. And Executive Zahalai, the things that you have described, and thank you to you and Misha for all of your work with my team and incorporating our revisions here. The accountability is incredibly important. The efficiencies are incredibly important. And this is all, and all of these other provisions, because we have a $7 to $9 billion gap. One thing also that I added with your support is requesting a plan for interim provisions or mitigation. Colleagues, it is 5:40 in the afternoon. The last direct bus for the day that goes to Ballard from downtown directly to Ballard, the last bus leaves in 5 minutes. We're not done with work yet. This is a regular occurrence for me. This is not waiting 2041, 2061. This is not about that. Literally today, and this is a good thing, Mayor Franklin, Everett has 3 to 4 times as much direct service from downtown Everett to downtown Seattle as compared to Ballard. And that is because of the good work of Sound Transit, because of the interim measures that are present today with ST Express. But I share this with you because this is not a tomorrow problem. This is 5 minutes from now problem. If we wanted to go out and celebrate Alex Krieg, who has one of the hardest jobs in this region, if we wanted to go out and celebrate him afterwards, I'd be stuck without a way home. And again, this is not in 2041, this is in 5 minutes from now. And so when you hear me speak about the need to connect the Metropolitan Regional Center, which is designated to house our jobs and our people, it is not connected to transit to downtown Seattle today. And that is the importance of all of the work that you've put forward, Executive, in this motion. I'll just state real quickly about the $7 to $9 billion gap that was identified by Mr. Krieg and Brad at the last executive meeting. We change our debt limits. We get our 75-year bonds. If we start precasting our concrete rather than casting in place, and we make important revisions to how much concrete we're using, we're going to close that gap. But it's not without the things that are in your motion today, Executive. And so I'm deeply and grateful. I'm deeply appreciative and grateful for your hard work and for putting this forward. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Board Member Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. I strongly support this amendment. Thank you, Executive Zahai, for all the work putting it together. And thank you, Councilmember Strauss, for your staunch, tireless advocacy for Ballard and for Seattle. Ballard Link Extension is expected to be the highest ridership project in this program's history. Some Ballard precincts passed ST3 with nearly 90% of the vote. So the fact that Ballard Link Extension is the only major project that is not receiving that stamp of full funding today is extremely, extremely upsetting. So strongly support this amendment as laying out the necessary steps that we need to take in order to deliver on this commitment. Thank you.
Further discussion? Board Member Balducci.
May I ask 2 questions about the amendment? Both about the paragraph towards the bottom of page 1 that talks about initiating a request for information to identify strategies before December 2026. First question is, after talking about the analysis, the next sentence says, the analysis will only advance if it complements the existing environmental review process without additional disruption or delay. I'm not really sure I can visualize how an analysis would disrupt the environmental review process or delay it. So could somebody answer what we feel the necessity for that caution is?
Alex, would staff like to address this?
I think the principal source is really related to the process the Ballard Link Extension is in right now with respect to environmental review and trying to get the draft environmental impact statement published so that the next step in its project development lifecycle can happen, and just wanting to ensure that any consideration of quote unquote innovative technologies through a public request for information doesn't create the conditions in which the project would change in such a way that it would disrupt that environmental process, I believe is the intent of that, and certainly
I think I understand what it says. I'm wondering if anybody could say to me in what way an analysis of innovation could disrupt or delay an environmental process.
Do you want to try, bro?
I will take a stab at this. I read that to think expanded project analysis would be helpful in terms of sequencing delivery methods of how we're actually going to construct the program. Ways that ideas at this point, introducing new ideas for the project that aren't in the environmental analysis would probably require some sort of analysis.
That makes sense. Let me make a suggestion. I think we're already far enough along that if an additional analysis, we should probably fit within the DEIS envelope, if you will. If we were suddenly going to start studying something new that was out, that we knew was outside, but this says the expanded project analysis will not advance if there's a risk of disruption or delay. It says it will only advance if, right? And I'm wondering if it would be a friendly amendment to soften that in some way so that we'll do what we can without delay, right? Like rather than it only goes if there's no, you see what I'm saying? It's a minor tweak, I think.
Board member, I agree. We included that in there just to be very careful about not causing further delays to the Ballard Link extension, but very happy to accept a friendly amendment.
Could you?
I would look to the staff. The concern, and I share this, and we've shared it before, is every time this board and the agency start researching significantly new ideas, it really, the NEPA process is fairly constrained and tight, and it signals that we might change the project. And if we do that, we're at risk of bringing everything to a screeching halt. So I think we have to be extremely careful about the language.
I definitely see that, and we've lived it, right? And so I'm just trying to suggest, which I think is really a nuance. I think the nuance I'm trying to suggest is we should study what we can within the DEIS envelope, not going beyond, because you know the rule, if your options are in the DEIS or fairly covered by the DEIS, you can do them. If they're not, you can't, right? Like at the end of the day, that is the limiting factor. So if we could say we're going to look at as innovative as we can without causing a reopening of the DEIS, I think that's what I'm trying to say, or without risking an opening of the DEIS, we will do this analysis. This says we won't do it if there's a risk. I'm saying let's do it and avoid the risk. It's a nuance. Maybe we can work on this language after today. I don't know, but I think we want it to happen. I think the sponsor is proposing that it happen, and I'm just trying to make sure that it does.
I appreciate that. And if we can figure out quick language to make that edit, I would accept that.
I think we can work on it in implementation if it's this sort of amending on the fly is itself a risky endeavor. So let's work after to try to address this, I think.
Thank you.
Does that work for everybody? Okay. Second comment is actually more of a statement. I very much appreciate the clause that says specific to BLE or expanded to other ST3 projects. And I would like to state my sincere hope that one of those projects could be South Kirkland to Issaquah. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Chair Summers.
Yes.
I'd just like to make sure we have a motion and second. Recorded
yeah, we
this
probably forgot that, didn't we?
Second.
Remember, is all motion.
Second.
And Wilson second. Okay.
I move that we adopt Amendment 11.
Too late. You already did.
Second.
Wilson second. Any further discussion? Yes, Board Member George.
Thank you. Just really well done. Great. This is there's a list of things that are deferred and partially funded, and they all give us heartburn. This one is a whole box of Tums worth of heartburn. And so just applaud what you all have done. And I just wanted to share two quick examples of why this gives me hope. One is last year when I first joined the board, one of our biggest fears was, are we going to complete the spine? And hearing last year's board, every member of that board said last year, that's a priority. We were all in agreement that we do that. We've got some new board members. I've heard all of you say that. That was really encouraging and really heartening for us to hear, particularly our King County colleagues say that. Now we flip it. we have to get to Ballard. And we know that. And so I share that don't always govern on hope, but it's a nice thing to have in your toolkit. And I think you're going to hear everybody, or you're hearing everyone say, this is a priority. This has to happen. The math doesn't work today, but we'll make it work. This buys us time. I'm so excited that it's fully funded in design. And that brings me to my second example, and I think of Board Member Mosqueda on this one. I will tell you, a year ago when I joined this board, I thought West Seattle was cooked. It did not, based on what we knew a year ago, we didn't think that was going to happen. But we took some hard votes and we spent some money and did more engineering, and did more planning, and we've come up with a project that's we can see the finish line from where we are. And again, that's why I think a big win, I hope the Ballard folks hear this, is that that we fully fund design so that we can figure out, because right now on paper, this is what we think it's going to be. Well, now we have the resources to figure out how to get all the way there. And so I think West Seattle is a great example of that. So very happy to support this, and really great work by the King County delegation to figure that out.
Chair?
Your Board Member Strauss.
Just noting that the last direct bus to Ballard left 5 minutes ago, and I'll be asking for a divided vote, roll call vote today. Thank you.
You are asking for a divided vote?
I'm asking for a roll call vote on this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Board Member Mosqueda.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Board Member George. I appreciate that example too. I've been lifting that up. A little bit of money to save a lot of money in the West Seattle example. I too just want to express my appreciation, Board Member Strauss first, for continuing to think about creative ways to make sure that Ballard can continue to remain not only essential to fulfilling our promise for Sound Transit 3, but that we continue to think about the innovative financing strategies that allow for us collectively to see the value of having a community be able to celebrate an area you represent and an area that many of our community partners go to. It is a destination location, and it's also home to so many residents and businesses in this region. So I'm thrilled to be able to support this amendment, to be a co-sponsor here. And I also think, as some members have said already, this also complements the intention in the underlying bill. As Board Member George noted, 100% design, I think, is a strong marker, and anything that we can do to elevate the strategies that have been included in the amendment, I think, are incredibly important. Board Member Zahalai mentioned that the amendment makes it clear that the board's commitment is to be able to fully deliver to Ballard, to Market Street. And the amendment, the 4 sections he referenced, accelerating cost savings and ensuring that project delivery work includes getting out to Market Street, I think is incredibly important. And we know that the cost savings that we just referenced in West Seattle are a good example of how this can be applied to other lines and other stations, as Board Member Balducci noted. The commitment to pursue additional financial capacity, I think, goes along the same lines of what we've been talking about with state legislative tools, any additional financing tools. And thank you again to Board Member Zahalai, who's continued to lift up the importance of us looking at these public-private partnerships, especially as we think about transit-oriented development and how some of our community partners can be part of that solution. The community accountability, I am, again, very thankful to be part of this board, and starting 5 months ago and initiating conversations with community members, the distrust is palpable, and we just have to recognize that. And I think today we are owning it and putting forward a marker on what our commitments are so that we can build back that trust. We can create those bridges again. And ultimately, it's going to come back to us to maintain those relationships that we are so desperately trying to repair. And this amendment further strengthens that commitment to our Ballard residents, our regional residents, and everyone who wants to be able to enjoy the full promise of Sound Transit 3, that we will commit to getting to Ballard. And I so appreciate that our colleagues who are not just in King County, but across this enterprise have, to a person, articulated the need to fulfill the commitment to Ballard. So thank you to folks who are in King County, Snohomish County, and Pierce County for the collective call for us to maintain that commitment. And this amendment helps solidify that. So thankful to be a co-sponsor and thankful for all the advocacy from the good rep from Ballard.
Chair Summers, for clarity, staff would offer some language to read the expanded project analysis should complement the existing environmental review process and avoid additional disruption or delay.
I like it.
Looks acceptable. If staff's okay with it, we'll consider that a friendly amendment. Is that?
I accept.
All right. Further discussion? All right, a roll call vote has been called for.
Claudia Balducci.
Aye.
Board Member Balducci votes aye. Angela Burney.
Aye.
Board Member Burney votes aye. Stephanie Fain.
Aye.
Board Member Fain votes aye. Cassie Franklin.
Aye.
Board Member Franklin votes aye. Hunter George.
Aye.
Board Member George votes aye. Thomas McLeod.
Aye.
Board Member McLeod votes aye. Ryan Mello.
Aye.
Board Member Mello votes aye. Julie Meredith.
Aye.
Board Member Meredith votes aye. Teresa Mosqueda.
Aye.
Board Member Mosqueda votes aye. David Partial.
Aye.
Board Member Partial votes aye. Ed Prince.
Aye.
Board Member Prince votes aye. Kim Roscoe.
Aye.
Board Member Roscoe votes aye. Dan Strauss.
Aye.
Board Member Strauss votes aye. Pete Von Reichbauer. Board Member Von Reichbauer votes aye. Christina Walker.
Aye.
Board Member Walker votes aye. Katie Wilson.
Aye.
Board Member Wilson votes aye. Gurmai Zahalai.
Aye.
Board Member Zahalai votes aye. Dave Summers.
Aye.
And Chair Summers, that's 18 affirmative votes.
Thank you. Amendment 11 is. Okay, we will move on to Amendment 12. Board Member Strauss.
Thank you, Chair. I move Amendment 12 to Resolution R 2026-11, Attachment B, page 1.
Is there a second?
Second, Mosqueda.
Okay. Go ahead, Board Member Strauss.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I will just share with you that over the last few months through this enterprise initiative, especially once the 3 approaches were set out, I've lost trust in the agency in many different ways. And one of those ways is regarding certainty. When I spoke a couple minutes ago about the biggest vulnerability to our agency is trust, one of the things that I have been speaking about at these meetings is about the certainty of providing a date for which we will have revenue service to Ballard. And while I believe that I will say I know that we have a unanimous commitment amongst this board to do everything possible. That's why I called for the roll call vote just a minute ago, so that it is evident that nobody's shirked saying yes. Everyone here is committed. And I've heard that, and I will say in the next amendment, I have heard that commitment more deeply from my colleagues than I have throughout the rest of this process. And yet still, I have lost a lot of trust and faith in this agency over the last few months. Part of that loss of trust is regarding about transparency and accuracy. In this case, today, this amendment is about transparency. I understand the conflict of positions between whether sharing a date that is bad or waiting for the enterprise initiative to cook before releasing a date that is less bad. Any date past 2041 is bad, and we should know where we are today. I believe being transparent now is better for the agency overall for a few reasons. Number one, transparency builds trust no matter how bad the news is. Number two, without providing information, we create a void of information that others fill and speculate on. There's already memes out there, and I don't even use the internet all that much. Number three, and this is what's most important for me, sharing a date now allows us to show our work. And what I mean by that is, in our last conversation, I demonstrated a lot of confidence and a lot of hope that even pulling 3 levers would close a $7 to $9 billion gap in the downtown tunnel. And I'm so confident about these levers within the initiative to produce cost savings and better financial tools that I believe that it is important that we demonstrate through moving the date that through these tools, if we put out a bad date today and we have a less bad date in 9 months, and it is due to the fact that we have used the enterprise initiative as designed, we won't get credit for that work through action in 9 months from now when we put out a date that is less bad than what we have today, but is way worse than 2041. And so it's important for me that we create transparency, that we end speculation, and that we show the public, we garner trust from the public by showing our work, by bringing that date closer as we continue to use the enterprise initiative. So with that, I hope to earn your support on this amendment, and thank you for your consideration.
Discussion. Yeah, Board Member Wilson.
Staff?
Staff.
Who's with him? Oh, staff, I'm sorry. Excuse
okay.
me. And before we hear from staff, I just want to say my team and I've been on this board for 11 years now, or in my 11th year. And I have the utmost admiration and respect for the staff of this agency. I trust them. Sometimes we ask them questions they don't have the answer to, or there is no clear answer to, and it's very difficult. But I have never encountered a situation where I felt like I was being misled or obfuscation. Well, not in the recent 10 years, or 8 years. But no, I just want to say I really appreciate the work they do, the dedication they do, the public servants they are, the incredibly difficult mission they have. This is the most complex transit project probably in the world, and we're making it more complex every day. The financial model itself, we throw layers, talk about layers on layers. We've got regional affordability, we've got sub-area affordability, we've got the legislature that gives us rules, and we ask them for something that doesn't cost them anything, they say no. It's an incredibly tangled web, but I just wanted to say that I very much deeply appreciate both the agency and the staff and all the work they do every day. So, Alex.
Thank you for that. Providing a date or date range based on current financial conditions is possible, would be contingent on information available in late July and without identification of additional cost savings or incorporation of added financial capacity. Because the full project is unaffordable within the current finance plan horizon, any date will be unreliable at least until we reach baselining in early 2029. In addition, defining a specific date introduces risk related to the environmental process, given implications for ridership projections and the current horizon year for land use planning and population and employment growth, and the potential rework and costs associated with environmental documentation. That concludes the staff assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, discussion. Mayor Wilson.
Yes, I will be supporting this amendment because I also believe that Ballard deserves a date. And I just hope that when we are able to name that date, knowing that it's not going to look good, I hope that we can be very careful about how we are messaging that and explaining that this is based on what we are, the knowledge that we have now, and that as we do the work to find cost savings and to exercise our other finance tools and other tools, that we expect that date to get better. So I just want to make sure that we're very clear about that as we're trying to deliver this transparency.
Zahalai.
Board Member Zahalai.
Thank you. I share the opinion with Mayor Wilson and Board Member Strauss that Ballard deserves a date for the purposes of trust and accountability and specificity. And I also recognize that it's challenging to set a date when it's not clear yet how that project will be fully funded. And so there is a trade-off there of level of accountability and specificity versus the potential of rupturing trust if that date has to change later on. And so how much weight to give to that trade-off? I want to ask Board Member Strauss if you could speak to how you think about that trade-off, because I do want to be supportive, but I also know that there is a trade-off there.
Chair?
Yeah, Board Member Strauss.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the trade-off really is, do we have a bad headline today or do we have a bad headline tomorrow? And it really gets down to the crux of the issue of this is not a good situation at all. And we have the ability to move certainty in that date forward over these next 9 months, 10 months, the next year. And when we get to that moment when that bad date is released, the public doesn't know where we've come from and they just see the bad news. And while it might be confusing to have a date that keeps changing, the best case scenario is for Ballard to eventually come in ahead of schedule and under budget, just like the University of Washington Husky Stadium station did, just like Capitol Hill station did. But they were not able to come in ahead of schedule without having a date. Thank you, sir.
Chair, may I respond?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Board Member Strauss, I think you know the consequences and live the consequences more so than anyone on this board. And I want to trust your judgment on this. And for that reason, I'm going to vote yes on this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Board Member Bernie.
Thanks. I really appreciate what Board Member Strauss has been saying about, understanding like what the bad date is, or what that could be. I think my concern is it so void of context to even pick a date by August in like it's, in a month or two from now, that it will create a lack of confidence as well, because there won't be enough substantive information to create that date. So I think that's my concern about this. And I'm curious if a little bit more time, I guess this is a staff question, a little bit more time that create a more confidence-based date.
Alex.
It's a great question. So thank you for it. I think, I guess I would say from a starting point, I certainly appreciate having engaged with Board Member Strauss on this very topic. And he just articulated the intent. There is other language in the resolution, some added text in attachment A that effectively beginning Q2 of 2027, I think my understanding of that language add was really after the next state legislative session, where we would, for those projects that don't have the construction phase fully funded, we would begin reporting on projected timelines. I could look at haven't fully internalized as much as I should have, but nevertheless, like that requirement to be transparent about where we're at with delivering these projects that aren't fully funded is embedded in here. So I know that was our intent, but I completely understand where Board Member Strauss is coming from. I think to your specific question, more time would allow more information to be developed that we could have just a different set of assumptions and inputs. I think that's where, August 1st, we would have a set of assumptions and inputs. To Board Member Wilson's point, we would need to properly qualify and clarify where that is. If it was October, December, early next year, it would be that same kind of qualification. So I don't know that that's a good answer to your question, but it is at least the end of my response.
Happy.
Yeah, obviously.
Thank you for that. I mean, I think that, as we all are elected officials and we're, working in our governments and trying to make the best decisions we can. And when we don't have enough solid information, I just worry about that doesn't feel great for the community either. If this date gets put out there and yet it was not based on enough information. And then when we do have more information, we put out another date, and then that creates chaos too. So I'm just trying to understand. I completely understand where Board Member Strauss is coming from, but I'm trying to think about the reality of this motion and what it will look like moving on into the future, and I have concerns.
Board Member Mello and then Strauss.
Thank you, Chair Summers. I've lived through dates changing in the South Corridor, and for that reason, I'm going to respectfully not support this amendment, not because Ballard doesn't deserve a date. Every part of the system in Sun Transit 3 deserves a date, but I think living through a part of the regional system that has gotten delay upon delay over the last couple of decades. I can tell you, I think it does worse for trust building when we put out bad information and the goalpost keeps moving. I'm not saying that the delays previously were because of bad information, so I want to be clear. The goalpost moving is not good for public trust and public acceptance and morale building. So I've lived it in the South Corridor. I would be more supportive of this if we were just trying to document that after this project is baselined and we go through we have $300 million dedicated to further the planning and the environmental analysis here to get to this question of when can we tell the Ballard community with more certainty about a date range. I would be supportive of that timeline. But because of my history in dates moving, I can't, with all respect, can't support this today.
Board Member Strauss.
Executive Mello, man, you say it so well. I sincerely appreciate you in that way. And that's in part why I set this up as a range, because I've seen how we have broken trust in the part of our region that you represent. And that's why I asked and allowed for a range. And quite candidly, I asked for the date for today. I was very clear about what the set of requirements were for me to get to a yes vote on the chair's package today. And one of those things was a date or a date range. And to Board Member Bernie's point, the reason that we're asking today is not only just to rebuild the trust and certainty that Ballard has been very polite. I've never seen Ballard be this polite before in my life, but we clapped for Alex Krieg, even though Alex was delivering the news that Ballard Light Rail was essentially off the table, right? We have lost so much trust in the community that any bit of certainty, even if that's a range, even if it's a very broad range, it rebuilds that trust immediately. And for this the reason that it's important today rather than Q2 of next year is the legislative session. Sorry, I was trying to raise my hand. As much as Alex and I can go back and forth, I also am here to support you, right? Where if we want to be effective in the legislature, we need to be able to benchmark and document how we are moving the goal or the goalposts because of the levers that we are able to pull. And a lot of those come down to the legislature. And so it is of my opinion that I'd like to have those dates so that we can lobby the legislature in a more productive and accurate way.
Further discussion? All right. All those in favor of Amendment 12 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Katie?
Claudia Balducci.
Aye.
Board Member Balducci votes aye. Angela Burney.
No.
Board Member Burney votes no. Stephanie Fain.
Aye.
Board Member Fain votes aye. Cassie Franklin.
Aye.
Board Member Franklin votes aye. Hunter George.
No.
Board Member George votes no. Thomas McLeod.
Aye.
Board Member McLeod votes aye. Ryan Mello.
No.
Board Member Mello votes no. Julie Meredith.
Aye.
Board Member Meredith votes aye. Teresa Mosqueda.
Aye.
Board Member Mosqueda votes aye. David Partial.
Aye.
Board Member Partial votes aye. Ed Prince.
Aye.
Board Member Prince votes aye. Kim Roscoe.
No.
Board Member Roscoe votes no. Dan Strauss.
Aye.
Board Member Strauss votes aye. Pete Von Reichbauer. Board Member Von Reichbauer votes aye. Christina Walker.
Aye.
Board Member Walker votes aye. Katie Wilson.
Aye.
Board Member Wilson votes aye. Gurmai Zahalai.
Aye.
Board Member Zahalai votes aye. And Dave Summers.
No.
And Dave Summers, with your vote, that's 13 affirmative votes and 5 no votes.
All right. Amendment 12 carries. All right. Our final amendment, Amendment 13, Board Member Strauss.
Thank you, Chair. I move Amendment 13 to Resolution 2026-11.
Is there a second?
I second the
Board
motion.
Member Wilson. No. Board Member Strauss, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Chair. I'll admit I didn't think I was going to get any votes today, so that thank you for your votes in favor of the date. I also want to thank you for the votes in favor of Executive Zahalai's motion that creates the pathway for success to Ballard. Regarding this amendment, I remain committed. I'm going to talk about our region first. I'm remaining committed to finishing the spine to Tacoma and Everett. I remain committed to connecting the connectivity Sound Transit 3 promised through the downtown tunnel. This amendment before us does not change the North King County required funding or the ratio or our commitment to fund our share. I'm committed to getting this tunnel built. This amendment should have no question about whether we're building this tunnel or not. This amendment only moves funding, not alignments, not OMFs, not changing stations. It only moves the North King portion of funding within the Ballard Link extension, leaves the regional funding in the tunnel. This amendment does not take from other sub-areas or other projects. And my apologies for any confusion. I'm not proposing necessarily we need to build from north to south. As you can see in the amendment in the packet today, it just says delivers. Even if you vote, and the certainty that Ballard needs is real. I've already spoken about this. And even if you vote no today, I already know that you are committed to getting to Ballard because I've seen this board vote unanimously just a few minutes ago. And then the concerns that I heard about the date were concerns that came from a good place. And so I'm grateful to the board for your support. And so I know that you'll be committed to getting to Ballard. And I know that the aspects of this amendment that are challenging for many is that Sound Transit staff cannot answer some very important questions with certainty. And that is because of the amount of time that we have and with the amount of work going on. This is the 13th amendment today. It is 6:15 p.m., which means the last bus that goes to Ballard left a half an hour ago now. And I just really appreciate my colleagues' good questions. And I also understand that staff needs more time to answer with certainty some of these important questions. And I know that I provided this amendment only once the legal and legislative review were able to occur, which means that I started sharing this amendment a week ago over Memorial Day weekend. And in that time, we've received hundreds of emails. We've heard public comment regarding the need to give certainty to Ballard. And this amendment before us says to the region that we're not walking away from Ballard and we remain committed to funding the tunnel. What we know is that the FFGA for Ballard will likely be so put in plain terms, we need to be able to tell the feds that we have the money for the project in 2029 or 2028 at the earliest. That gives us 2 to 3 years to come up with the $7 to $9 billion hole in the Ballard Link extension. Currently, that hole is identified as Seattle Center to Ballard. You will hear me say a couple things moving forward, that this $7 to $9 billion hole is in the downtown tunnel. You'll hear me say that if we are only going to fund to Seattle Center, that we need to change the name of the alignment, not the Ballard Link extension, but the downtown tunnel. I'm not trying to be facetious about this. I'm just trying to be accurate because Seattle Center is nowhere near Ballard. Today, we have the opportunity to keep our promise to the riders who don't have access today in Ballard, Finney Ridge, Crown Hill, Fremont, Magnolia, and Queen Anne. The station at Dravis serves directly 2 isolated neighborhoods. The station in Ballard serves the entire region. There are so many micro neighborhoods that consider themselves Ballard that you can basically get up to Carkeek Park and still say you're in Ballard. And this is the rider shed for that terminus. By moving North King's funding within the Ballard Link Extension project, we demonstrate through action that we remain committed to connecting the Ballard Regional Center to the spine. Many of the questions I've been asked center around what happens if we don't fill the funding gap, and I think that those are valid questions. A lot of the questions that I've received are what happens to the Tacoma and the Everett Link extensions when it gets to downtown Seattle. Those are valid questions, and I would say that staff and I have not found unity or unison in what we believe either my proposal is or what the correct answers are. And with that fact that we are not in unison and we don't have certainty on these issues, I understand where there's still reluctance amongst the board. Again, I thank you for your unanimous vote just a few minutes ago supporting the Ballard Link extension. Great, I already said all that. So with that, all I do is I ask for your support to connect Ballard and Dravis to the spine. If I don't earn your support today, I already know that you remain committed to connecting one of the densest parts of our state to our regional light rail system, connecting Ballard and Dravis to the spine. And I know that you have that commitment because of the unanimous votes that we just took. Thank you, colleagues, for your consideration.
Alex.
Acknowledging board member Strauss's piece that there is perhaps a different interpretation of the intent of the amendment and staff's reading of it. I would note that there are considerations related to what is affordable with North King's available resources and project delivery considerations with the way that staff interpreted this. The potential need for a maintenance facility based on available resources to deliver a segment of the downtown tunnel, implications related to project schedule and process delays, not just for the Ballard project, but potentially for other projects as well, related to the fact that current documents in environmental review, including the Tacoma Dome, Everett Link, and Ballard Link extension projects, all assume operations of a second downtown tunnel, and any change to this assumption would likely cause additional delay on those projects. In addition to the fact that potential deferral of the second downtown tunnel introduces considerations related to system reliability and resilience, and that concludes the staff assessment of the proposed amendment.
Thank you. Yeah, Board Member Franklin.
Chair, as I voted before, I fully support Ballard, but I would like to move to table this amendment indefinitely.
Okay, motion to table, is there a second?
Doesn't need to be seconded.
Doesn't need to be seconded. There's no
It does
debate.
need to be seconded and it needs needs to be voted upon.
So it does need to be seconded and it needs what? Roll call?
And a vote.
A vote, yes.
It does not require a second.
Well, I'm going to trust Katie under board rules.
She'll probably be the expert. Sorry, I didn't know it required a second.
Yep. All right, is there a second? I will second. Okay, there's no debate though. So can we do a voice vote?
Yes.
All right, all those in favor of tabling indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No.
No.
Roll call.
Claudia Balducci?
No.
Board Member Balducci votes no. Angela Burney?
No.
Board Member Burney votes no. Stephanie Fain?
No.
Board Member Fain votes no. Cassie Franklin?
This is yes to table, right? Yes.
Yes, that is correct. Cassie Franklin votes aye to table. Hunter George?
No.
Board Member George votes no. Thomas McLeod?
Yes.
Board Member McLeod votes yes. Ryan Mello?
No.
Board Member Mello votes no. Julie Meredith?
No.
Board Member Meredith votes no. Teresa Mosqueda?
No.
Board Member Mosqueda votes no. David Partial?
No.
Board Member Partial votes no. Ed Prince?
No.
Board Member Prince votes no. Kim Roscoe?
No.
Board Member Roscoe votes no. Dan Strauss?
No.
Board Member Strauss votes no. Pete Von Reichbauer? Board Member Von Reichbauer votes no. Christina Walker?
Aye.
Board Member Walker votes aye. Katie Wilson?
No.
Board Member Wilson votes no. Gurmai Zahalai?
No.
Board Member Zahalai votes no. Dave Summers?
Since I seconded, I better vote yes.
And Chair Summers, with your vote, that's 4 yes votes and 14 no votes. Motion to
Okay. So we're in discussion phase. And does staff have any other comments at this point? So Mayor Franklin.
Yeah, just as a note, I lived in Ballard for many years. My daughter was born in Ballard. I love Ballard, and I'm passionate about delivering light rail to Ballard. My concern with this amendment is what staff shared, is the fact that it puts the entire system at risk. And for me, that is an absolute deal breaker. we cannot risk the entirety of the system for this exploration, and we have to protect delivery of light rail to all communities, and that includes Ballard. And I believe that Board Member Zahalai's amendment ensures that we will do that. Thank you.
Comments? I'll jump in. I just wanted to echo that. I've been doing environmental assessments and major projects my entire career. This amendment, if passed, puts at grave risk the entire ST3 package. That's West Seattle, Ballard, Everett, Tacoma, the East Side, et cetera. It is a major change to the project alignment operation. The environmental process for every project will stop and have to be reassessed until we figure out what our project is. And so I understand the sentiment. I also am committing to working as hard as I can to get to Ballard and figure it out. But this is not the way to do it. This really is putting the rest of the ST3 package at grave risk. And so I urge my board members not to support this amendment.
McLeod?
Yes.
I share that same sentiment that the risk it is to the rest of the system is greater right now than we should take on. And so for that reason, I would vote no. I am all for going to Ballard. I am all for finding a way to do it. But I think coming from Market South is not the way to do it. Thank you.
Yes. Board Member Mello.
Thank you, Chair Summers. While I didn't vote for Board Member Franklin's motion to table, I did that because I think the community deserved to hear why this board member, and I hope this entire board, stands in unity to keep the whole Sound Transit 3 system intact and not put the entire Sound Transit 3 system in jeopardy. So the community deserves to hear that. Every part of our region who's been waiting deserves to hear this explanation. So like my other board members, this amendment, while I think not the intention, I know not the intention of the sponsor, I do know from my many conversations with the staff, and I know my board members know, that it provides an incredible amount of risk to the entire Sound Transit 3 system. And I think we owe it to the entire system for the certainty and credibility of the entire system that this board respectfully has had this conversation, has done the analysis, and respectfully votes this down. We have a whole work plan in front of us and a commitment of $300 million to pursue the planning and engineering of this line, which demonstrates an incredibly strong commitment. I think it would be another incredibly strong commitment if there was unanimity to say this is not the right path forward because it puts the entire Sound Transit 3 system at risk. And I say that very seriously. And I hope the folks who are hearing this conversation and care deeply about getting to Ballard hear that we will get to Ballard, but we won't do that at the risk of collapsing the entire system. And I don't say that melodramatically. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Other discussion? Board Member Walker.
Thank you, Chair. I too would love to build light rail to Ballard, and it is clear to me at this moment that this is not the way to do it. Thank you, staff, for analyzing this, talking to us about the risks. But I want to voice my enthusiasm for getting to Ballard. I think we have a lot of good work in the previous two amendments to get us there. And I think overall, it's clear we all want to build the entire system. We're right there with the public. It's painful to say no. And we're all here to continue this conversation after tonight. But I too do not want to put the agency at risk.
Thank you. Board Member Balducci.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask a process question. My feeling about this amendment is that I don't know that we have enough information let me speak for myself. I don't know that I have enough information to be able to say that this proposal would put at risk the entire program or significant portions of it. But I don't know that I have enough information to say it would. And so I would like to get that information. And I think one of the really good things about Board Member Zahalai's Amendment 11 is that it asks for a lot of that information, and it sets us on a course to develop that information. I would like to make an informed decision here. And I feel I don't have enough information sitting here today to make that informed decision. But what is the process to get to that? But what have we done today, or what could we do today or tomorrow to advance the cause of getting to Ballard sooner or committing to Ballard more strongly?
And I'll just say that's why I actually voted to table this.
Yeah, and I would, I guess I'd responded that the entire predication of the resolution and all the supporting amendments is to put the pieces in place to explore innovation, creative financing, ways of delivering projects, furthering design work. We're at 30% in West Seattle. We're stopped on that until we get this plan in place. We're stopped on everything until we get this plan in place. So in my mind, the way to move forward is get a plan in place, commit, and we all have done it verbally here, to figuring out innovative ways to get to Ballard and figure it out. And it's just not something that's going to be answered in a day or 2 days or a week even. It's going to take some significant work by this board and the staff and our partners to get that answer. So that's my response to that, board member.
I hear all that, and I think that's all correct. I think we're doing a lot of yeoman's work here to make that. I guess what I'd like to know is that we had a commitment at a date relatively well known. I don't want to say date certain, but at a date in the near future that we will come back to this question with more information and ask ourselves, can we advance the ball further than this does today? Because now we know more. I would like to have that hope. I would like to. And by the way, I wish my name didn't start with BA, because you're going to ask me to vote first on this, aren't you? Anyway, should look at you. Yeah. I don't think anybody knows the answer to that. Let me state it as a statement. I would be much more comfortable voting no on this amendment if I knew when we were coming back to it with more information.
I will attempt to answer the question. I think the reality and to maybe amplify the work that are the words that the board chair said is, this is not the conclusion of the enterprise initiative. This is work that will continue. I am trying to look at the information developed. I know the project teams, all of the project teams, especially the Ballard Link Extension project team, is really eager to make progress to get a draft EIS out into the world. Language in Amendment 11 says that before December 2026, that we will initiate that request for information to identify strategies that reduce cost. And so I think there is a bit of the work will continue. If the board gives us a date to come back with information about cost savings work on Ballard, opportunities to advance the project, I have a lot of faith in the team that they will come very prepared for a robust discussion about what is possible. So not a definitive answer, but I think, give us a deadline and we'll meet it.
Thank you.
And I will jump in and echo the sentiment that we are also committed, and, we're here to deliver projects, and, we are as committed as you and meet your enthusiasm in finding a path forward. And there are a lot of dates. I was thinking about your question, and there's a lot of dates outlined within the resolution. And I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity to have conversations with you as we move forward and as we advance this work on what we're seeing and how we're thinking about dates and able to get there and make commitments.
Zahalai.
Member Zahalai, and then Roscoe.
I just want to build off of Board Member Balducci's really great questions. We haven't had a lot of time to assess what is a very, very huge change, but I know you've tried to answer it already, so I want to ask it one more time. To fully give this concept its day in court and to give us more information of consequences and things of that nature. How long do you think, so that we can give you the direction, as Board Member Balducci was saying, how long do you think fully assessing a concept like this would take?
Come on, Brad. Come on, Brad.
Come on up, Brad.
You can guess as well as anyone else.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brad Owen, Executive Director for Ballard. It's a great question. I would say it's difficult to give you a date right now or a time period right now. What I would say is the cost work plan and the work that we did for West Seattle, and there has been a lot of work on Ballard, that took a very big team, about 12 months to come through, to really develop the scenarios that we had confidence in, to work through them with our internal partners, our operations team. And we have to think through that process. It takes quite some time. If you put me on the spot and maybe pick a time, I would say match that, the 12-month timeline, but happy to.
And I might just build off that by stating that work happened after the West Seattle project had a record of decision and could focus on one preferred alternative alignment. With the Ballard project, we are not even yet published with a draft environmental impact statement, where we are still studying alternatives. The board has not formally selected a preferred alternative. And so I think the qualification I would add to Brad's point is, like, we can do the work, but it is also a function of where the project is in its life cycle. That doesn't mean we can't continue to find real cost savings, identify the impact of some of the financing tools that Board Member Strauss identified previously, bring to bear some of those other, not just capital project things about how we increase financial capacity. But we love a deadline at Sound Transit. So.
Thank you. That at least gives us a ballpark range to think through. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Yes. Oh, Board Member Roscoe, sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Following a lot of the comments my colleagues have stated, this is not an amendment I can support. And I just want to express my gratitude for all the folks that are here with the passion for Ballard. I'm a little concerned that the passion is going to turn to animosity if this doesn't pass. I just want to point out something that was in an amendment proposed by Zahalai that we have already passed, and that is that Sound Transit will hold forums at key project and design milestones with civic and business leaders, local jurisdictions, and the communities served by Ballard Link Extension to provide updates on the analysis described above. I cannot envision a world where everyone in this room is not completely engaged at those forums. These forums will supplement. This is a singular extension of our system where there will be additional forums. They will supplement and not replace existing project level public engagement and environmental review processes required by law or agency policy, et cetera. This is not ending the Ballard line if this doesn't pass. This is continuing to support a system. It is not putting our agency at risk. I've had a couple conversations with Councilmember Strauss, and I cannot get behind a concept that is clearly spending money out of order and putting the rest of the system at risk. So I just wanted to again highlight what's in something that we've already passed and share my concerns.
Thank you. Other board members? Yes, Board Member Parshall.
Thank you, Chair. As a newer board member, I just want to shout out to all of my colleagues on the board. I'm so impressed with the unity today that this board has shown. And I feel sad for Board Member Strauss came here and thought he wasn't going to get votes on some of his amendments, because really thoughtful and great amendments today. And I want to say to Board Member Roscoe, it's a really great point about this particular vote doesn't end Ballard. That's a really important point to reemphasize here today. And I think one thing that Board Member Strauss has continued to expound upon is there is dedication from all of us to get to Ballard, even if we don't have a way to pass this particular vote today. And I also think Vice Chair Mello is correct. It is important to have this discussion with the public here. I think you're absolutely right. I don't want to put this discussion off. It's good to air this out and let everybody hear it and let everybody know. So I would also echo, this is a tough one to commit to because I want to commit to Ballard as much as possible. I wanted to vote for amendments 10, 11, 12, but I just can't get to that point of if we're talking about risking the entire alignment, if we're talking about not getting the spine done, if we're talking about not getting that regional connectivity done, this is a tough one. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Wilson.
Thank you. So I hear I would say grave staff concerns about this amendment and also a high degree of uncertainty about kind of the actual meaning and implications of this amendment. I also understand that Board Member Strauss's, the intention of Board Member Strauss's amendment, I think, is different from what staff have maybe interpreted it as. Understanding that this is not going to be passing in this crowd today, I will be voting yes in solidarity with the intention behind the amendment.
Okay. Board Member Fain.
I just wanted to thank you, board member, for bringing forward this very creative amendment and for your continued advocacy for Ballard. We've had a number of conversations about how important this is to our region. And I have voted for your other amendments and all the amendments here today in support of that. And I know that we are all committed to it. I think we've heard some dates and hopefully we can start to make some true progress. And I know that is what we need to do. So while I can't vote for this particular amendment today because of the risk to the entire system that we've heard about, I really do look forward to working with you, continuing the conversation and figuring out how we can get to Ballard as soon as possible. And I say that even though you went to Nathan Hale.
Further discussion.
Chair.
And actually, yes.
I'm sorry, I asked a question, but let me declare myself. I really want to vote yes for this amendment. I really want to vote for this amendment, but the responsible thing to do when you don't have enough information is to get the information you need to know what you're doing. And so someday, at a date certain that we will establish very soon, I will be voting yes to get to Ballard. But I think this amendment just we don't know enough about what it does to the whole plan.
I'd like to add one thing also. I think to Board Member Partial's comment, I also am concerned about the perception that a no vote is anti-Ballard somehow. Actually, in my personal opinion, voting yes on this is the worst thing you could do for Ballard. It would stop the EIS process dead in its tracks. We would be making no progress until we figure this out. And the responsible thing to do, in my view, for Ballard, to keep it moving, is to keep the environmental process going, the project we've got on the books in that process moving, and continue to explore options as we go forward. And so I mean that with all sincerity. I used to be a fish biologist. I spent a lot of time in Ballard. Love Ballard. But this would be not only potentially detrimental to the rest of the SD3 package, but in my view, detrimental to the progress of the Ballard. Ballard used to be part of the West Seattle project. And I think I've got 3 board members here, Balducci and Von Reckbauer and myself, that were here for these conversations. It got split off in timing because we started asking questions, particularly on the Ballard Lake, about downtown alignment. And we spent about 2 years, didn't we? 2 years on downtown alignment, trying to come to a preferred alternative so we could get to the EIS. That has created the distance between West Seattle and Ballard in time. And last year when we had our conversation, and a good one, about the second tunnel. That put more distance in between the time. And so this kind of effort, and it may be a great idea, but if we do it now and consider it's going to derail the whole thing. We have a project that the voters passed and authorized, and I really want to see us continue to make progress on Ballard and West Seattle and all the other ST3 projects. Yes, Board Member Strauss.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate your comments. I will respectfully disagree about the level of risk with FTA, and we don't need to have that continued conversation right now. But what I do want to say is that you did put the design money for Ballard into your package.
Yes.
And so while I disagree with you about the FTA risk, I agree with you that you have commitments there. And so just splitting hairs here. I do want to say, and if the FTA is watching, I'm going to do everything I can to reduce the risk of any further delays because we're waiting. We're waiting, and we would love to receive that draft EIS to be published. This conversation really centers around Westlake to Ballard meets new riders. It provides access to riders that don't have access to light rail today. The part of the tunnel that is funded today, SODO to Seattle Center, already has the downtown tunnel. And then, well, not as convenient, but I'd say a lot more fun, has the monorail to get to Seattle Center. And so I point this out that the service that North King funding is being used for today is redundant for North King service. And that's the importance of having the conversation about getting from Seattle Center to Ballard, because that's the ridership sheds that don't have access today. And this just brings up for me that North King County continues to be required to pay for 51% of the tunnel from Denny to CID and 100% of the tunnel from Denny to Elliott Way. And if this is redundant service for Seattle, why is Seattle carrying such a burden? But like what Board Member Balducci said, is it's not wise to vote if you don't have all of the information, and it's also not wise to not vote if you think that I'm not quoting you well, because again, the last bus to Ballard left an hour ago. But all that to say is that we need to take a strong look at whether a starter line is something that is possible. We need to look at the ratios. We need to look at the funding. But if there's one thing that everyone needs to take away from this, is that I am committed to getting that downtown tunnel built, because I think at the end of the day, it's better for the whole region. And that while I hear concerns about this amendment, I just witnessed everyone voting unanimously in support of Ballard. That's how I'll close today, Chair.
All right, any further comments? All right, we can do this on a voice vote. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? No.
No.
I'd say, yeah, let's do a roll call.
Claudia Balducci?
No.
Board Member Balducci votes no. Angela Burney?
No.
Board Member Burney votes no. Stephanie Fain?
No.
Board Member Fain votes no. Cassie Franklin?
No.
Board Member Franklin votes no. Hunter George?
No.
Board Member George votes no. Thomas McLeod?
No.
Board Member McLeod votes no. Ryan Mello?
No.
Board Member Mello votes no. Julie Meredith?
No.
Board Member Meredith votes no. Teresa Mosqueda?
Aye.
Board Member Mosqueda votes aye. David Partial?
No.
Board Member Partial votes no. Ed Prince?
Aye.
Board Member Prince votes aye. Kim Roscoe?
No.
Board Member Roscoe votes no. Dan Strauss?
Aye.
Board Member Strauss votes aye. Pete Von Reichbauer? Board Member Von Reichbauer votes no. Christina Walker?
No.
Board Member Walker votes no. Katie Wilson?
Aye.
Board Member Wilson votes aye. Gurmai Zahalai?
No.
Board Member Zahalai votes no. And Dave Summers?
No.
And Chair Summers, with your vote, that's 4 yes votes and 14 no votes.
Thank you. So that amendment fails. Thank you. All right, that is the end of our amendments. So we now have before us the amended substitute resolution. Board Member Mello.
Thank you, Chair. As we bring this to a final vote, I want to first thank you, Chair Summers, for your incredible leadership, the incredible staff work of your office and your staff who have worked so collaboratively with the entire Sound Transit District. It's been said many times, but it can't be said enough how much gratitude we have for the openness, the collaboration, and the countless conversations and listening you did to what's most important with available resources throughout the entire region. So thank you so very much. You've recognized our staff here at Sound Transit, but again, they can't be recognized enough. Happy birthday, Alex Krieg. And there's a whole team behind Alex Krieg. While Alex Krieg has been the communicator and the thought leader and the glue and has provided tremendous leadership and oversight of this, I know that there's an entire team, and we're very grateful for the exceptional staff work to support us. I also want to thank my colleagues for the great discussion, the great work. It can't, this, as the chair has indicated numerous times, this is the kickoff to the work plan to actually effectuate the Sound Transit 3 plan delivery. This is a major milestone to get the plan into affordability so that the staff knows what the heck they're working on. We have so much work to do, as in the proposal about not only moving through, right, even the projects in the funded list, like none of these projects are easy and straightforward to design and deliver. They're all complicated. And it's going to take all of us to work so hard to deliver the projects, even in the fully funded list. And then all of the work that we're all committed to move every single one of the projects in that middle column, that partially funded project list, all of them. While the Ballard project has gotten a lot of conversation today, and I'm grateful that it did, I want to remind my colleagues that there are other projects in the partially funded list that's going to get just as much robust attention from this board and the staff and our partners to deliver, right? The region in Kent and Puyallup and Sumner and Auburn and Lakewood are demanding more Sounder trips. The communities of Tillicum and DuPont have been waiting for Sounder for a long, long time. And Tacoma Community College has been waiting for their line for a long time. So many other places. So there are a lot of projects in the Sound Transit 3 program, not just the ones that got a lot of airtime today. And we are committed to all of them. And we have a robust work plan to get to all of them. And I just want to appreciate the effort to get here, but this was the easy part. The hard part is to actually effectuate what's in the work plan in the direction that the chair has led. And again, Chair Summers, thank you for leading us through. If this felt difficult, right, we have a lot of work to do to over the next decade plus to actually deliver. But I'm committed, along with you and everyone around this table, to do everything we need to do to deliver the entire Sound Transit 3 plan. But I'm grateful we have a clear work plan to actually advance the work. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Bernie.
Thank you. And I'm glad I went after Board Member Mello because, yes, everything you said was spot on. Thank you to everyone. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the staff for sure, and all our staffs that worked throughout this. And the work is not done. It's just the start. And as I mentioned in one of the previous executive committees, if this updated ST3 plan moves forward today, I plan to focus on the System Expansion Committee on looking to the future. We can use the capital oversight tools. Thank you, everyone, for the amendments that are contained in this proposal to approach our challenges strategically. With the tough financial situation we're facing, I am deeply appreciative that we have a 4-line for East King and an important investment in infrastructure access in Renton. And I'm going to be very interested in solutions for interim services and in planning for the future with our high capacity transit studies. So thank you to everyone for your collaboration in completing this important step with much more work to do. I'm really excited to move forward, continuing to build this regional system, and I will be voting in support.
Thank you.
Zahalek.
Yeah, Board Member Zalalai.
Thank you. I want to begin my remarks by just thanking my fellow board members, the staff, and the chair for their partnership and collaboration throughout this process. Closing a budget deficit of this size was never going to be easy and was always going to require problem solving and really difficult decisions. But we dug in and did the important work to find where we could make progress for our communities. I just want to remind us where we've come from. $35 billion deficit. When we started this process, many of King County's ST3 projects were in peril. The 4-line South Kirkland to Issaquah was uncertain. Proposals were being floated to defer or eliminate important stations at Graham Street and Boeing Access Road, which had been long promised to those communities. The future of both West Seattle and Ballard Link Extension was uncertain due to rapidly rising costs of construction. And this outlook was unacceptable to many of us around this table, which is why we worked together to refine the proposal and advance many of King County's projects especially. I want to thank all of the regional leaders who co-sponsored amendments today. We pushed many of our priorities forward. For example, advancing shovel-ready projects, everybody's favorite word. The West Seattle Link Extension is the furthest along in design and ready to build. We cannot afford to add more delays, and this proposal green lights it for construction. Are you excited, Councilmember Mosqueda? Yeah. Moving forward to full design on every project. This is key to unlocking potential cost savings, including getting Ballard to 100% design, which was not the case when we started this project. The 4-line in East King County is now funded. We have delivered the Graham Street infill station. That was not the case before. Great work, especially Mayor Wilson. Thank you so much for that progress. Securing $10 million in new funding for transit investments in North Tequila while Boeing Access Road Station gets to full design. Congratulations, Mayor McLeod. Ensuring Sound Transit is moving forward on a much-needed parking garage at Renton Transit Center. Great work, Board Member Prince. And we're also going to be delivering on the spine, meaning a second station will be opening in South Federal Way, and King County residents will be able to better connect to destinations in Pierce and Snohomish County. Thank you to our fellow county executives here. This is important for our economy, and it's going to benefit Snohomish, Pierce, King, because we know that just because people live somewhere doesn't mean they're not constantly going back and forth for work, for recreation, and much more. While we were able to drive significant progress from where we started, I'll be the first to tell you that this outcome is still disappointing for many, especially Ballard. Board Member, your advocacy, again, beyond inspiring. Thank you so much for the fight that you've been fighting. Our communities voted for ST3 and have been paying for it since 2016, and anything less than what the voters approved is not acceptable. And I hope you've seen that through our Ballard amendments and through Board Member Balducci's accountability amendments, that we are all the way committed to delivering every single voter-approved projects. And through this design, I'm hopeful that Sound Transit can find cost savings, efficiencies that make this project, make all of these projects works, and exploring every creative model that we've seen from Board Member Strauss's proposal to for the starter line, as well as many of the proposals our communities have been surfacing around different ways of building stations and whatnot. All of that needs serious consideration, and it needs to be vetted, and we will continue working aggressively toward those. I want to again thank Board Member Strauss and Mayor Wilson for their advocacy for Ballard. It has been, again, very, very motivating to see the dedication and the tenacity and the creativity. Sound Transit cannot put the board and our communities in this position again, and that's why I and many of our board members, including Board Member Balducci, have been calling for enhanced accountability over this agency, including an independent oversight program accountable directly to the Sound Transit Board. This will help ensure that Sound Transit is doing their homework and coming up with all potential cost savings and efficiencies, providing expert and independent information on engineering and design decisions to the board. We have so much more work to do also at the state level. Thank you to our state partners who have been engaged in this. I've had so much outreach from state representatives and state senators saying that they're ready, willing, and able to partner with us this next legislative session. So let's seize that opportunity. In closing, I'll just say, as Kirk of TCC said, if he's still here, the work is not done until every single station is built. That's what he said. That's what I'm committed to as well. I want to thank Sound Transit staff, Chair Summers, the community, and especially my Deputy Policy Director, Misha, and my Deputy Executive, Curran Gill, for all their work to make sure that we are taking this scenario that we're in very seriously and building the damn trains. So lastly, happy birthday, Alex, and great work.
Thank you. Board Member Mosqueda.
Thank you, Chair. I really want to just express my deep appreciation as well for the work that you put into this. And thank you to you and your team for continuing to try to figure out a path forward. I know that that took a lot of conversations, not only with board members, but specifically with the executive. So I want to thank Executive Zahalai and Executive Mello as well for the work that you did across the 3 counties here to bring together community members in addition to board members to really find a package that helps lay out a clear path. Thank you for the participation that you encouraged within these jurisdictions, and especially thanks to our King County Executive Board Member Zahalai. Thank you for the numerous meetings that you had, the conversations that you convened, the intentional work that you did to really try to hear everyone. And I know it wasn't just in North King, but I was a part of those conversations. You did it in South King, you did it on the east side. And I just want to express my appreciation to you. You mentioned your staff, Misha Worskla. I want to say thanks to her and to my staff as well. Aaron House, who's my chief of staff, who's incredibly engaged in the details on this package. We are so thankful for the engagement on this. And again, to the Sound Transit team and all of the staff for being available. Chair, I want to emphasize the point that's been made. This was no easy task. You had a tremendous amount to reckon with as you tried to figure out how to square all of the Sound Transit components with the existing dollars that we had, compounded by increased costs that are not unique to Sound Transit. To be clear, the compounding costs are not a Sound Transit issue alone. We see every entity across this country, construction efforts across the globe being affected by tariffs, whiplashing, changes in federal policy, inflation, and other costs increasing that are affecting every capital project. And we recognize that what is unique to Sound Transit is the magnitude of the projects that we are trying to build, the community interest in this, and creating generational infrastructure for projects that will continue to deliver, that we can build upon, as Board Member Strauss has noted, and that we make sure that we stay true to a long-range financial plan that helps us fulfill our commitment to the voters. I think that what we have in front of us shows that we are not powerless in response to those pressures that we face. This package and the amendments adopted today lay out our intention to use every tool to fill the gap and fully deliver on the Sound Transit light rail expansion as promised in Sound Transit 3. I am glad to see the items in the striker that you propose reflect a number of community ideas that we had heard and many of the board members' desire to aggressively pursue policy strategies and financial tools that will save time, that will save costs, that will maintain ridership and move forward with the momentum that we need to show voters that we are delivering light rail. Again, I want to thank you because this package, as you laid out, included the 6-year financial plan, which my hope is that that will help get us out of this kind of conversation in the future where it's an artificially pitting of projects or lines against each other, when if we could use a 6-year financial tool like other jurisdictions, like the state, we would be in a process of building that momentum year over year and not having to be in this unnecessary box. I want to thank you for the inclusion of the independent oversight. Again, Board Member Zahalai helped to strengthen this to make sure that our assumptions are related to environmental impact, design, and financing are double and triple checked. Thanks again to Council Member or Board Member Balducci for strengthening that as well. I think that this is going to help us make sure that we look at global best practices so we can move forward with the urgency that's being demanded. And I am thankful, as Board Member Strauss and others have noted repeatedly, that this package, as being passed today, includes 100% design on Ballard and now calls for a date. It is not only the amendments that give me a great amount of hope and optimism that we are going to be able to fulfill this commitment to Ballard, but it is the state legislative members from the 36th legislative district and the 43rd legislative district, key legislators who have said they want to see this package maintain a commitment to Ballard, and the unanimous vote that this body has offered to support Ballard, I think is a win today. In addition to the comments that the chair and the staff have said, which I will just reiterate, this package preserves ST3. These are quotes. No line is canceled. This creates a framework for us advancing all lines. We are committed to all of ST3. This allows for us to continue moving forward all of the design. And I'm not going to do great at quoting that slide 10 quote that you had, Alex, but along the lines of, I want to emphasize that the agency still has time to acquire the resources necessary to help get the funding needed to deliver every single line for ST3. I think that this project shows momentum, and clearly it is responding to the call in West Seattle to go forward, to roll up our sleeves, to begin that design work, create the additional strategies that are needed to not just do West Seattle, but do Graham Street, do Boeing Access Road, create the spine, and ultimately get to Ballard and Issaquah. That's what we're celebrating today. I appreciate that colleagues across the region and some of the headlines have wanted to know, what does this mean for West Seattle? And to quote the chair at the end of our first May meeting from the executive session, where you mentioned that we need to be really clear with the public and show that there's significant work that has to happen before there is any groundbreaking ceremony in West Seattle. It is important for us to be clear and to build trust. So I echo again the clarification that was offered from the Sound Transit staff themselves at the April 1st forum. And to be very clear, when we celebrate that West Seattle is shovel ready, what we are referencing, and to quote Sound Transit staff, shovel ready is mainly referring to enabling work or early works that allow for us to do a lot of the big construction. You will see a lot of going on, including us drilling big holes in the ground to test the foundations for the bridge. You will see us doing a lot of testing, geotechnical work for the bridge, working with our SDOT partners. And that means moving forward with the public right-of-way projects that allow for us to do this early work. It's not like we're going to hit the ground running with a whole area is going to be torn up in one day. It is going to be very strategic. But arguably, these holes will require some form of a digging device. So I am very excited that we are moving forward and using terminology that is helping clarify today what the path looks like going forward, how we will continue to engage with members of the public, being clear and transparent about what we mean, what next steps are in front of us, and thanks to the amendments that were included today, being ever more present in community to show what those next steps will be and fully fulfill our commitment to ST3. Thank you all for your support, for the conversation that we've had today, the full picture for ST3, and for the work that we're committed to doing collectively.
Thank you. Board Member Wilson, and then
Oh,
Franklin.
sorry. Yeah, okay. Thank you. I'm going to try to keep this short. I want to get home to my daughter and my husband. I just want to say thank you to everyone, especially to Alex Hudson and Angie Brady and others on the City of Seattle team who I know have put in a tremendous amount of work into working with Sound Transit staff and helping to get us to this point. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And I guess I just want to kind of underline a point that Board Member Mosqueda made. I think, some members of the public are understandably asking us why approve this package now that looks like it's cutting things. Why not do the work first? Why not find the cost savings? Why not pull the other financing levers to bring more of the system into affordability before making a plan like this? And I just want to reiterate that we are doing this now so that we can move forward, so that we can maintain momentum. And there, on the West Seattle line, there is critical work that can start as soon as we approve this package. There is property acquisition. There is vital pre-construction work, as Board Member Mosqueda described. And if we delay, like that is real delay. That is a longer timeline timeline for completing West Seattle. And that is money too. That makes that every moment that we delay, that makes that project more expensive. So passing this project now again is not the end, it is the beginning. And it allows us to actually move forward with the real work of building out our light rail system at the same time as we continue to do all this work to make sure that none of these projects is actually delayed. Thank you.
Board Member Franklin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Summers. And I also want to thank you for your incredible work on this and your collaboration throughout. It was a very difficult task and you led the charge. So thank you for that. I also want to thank my fellow board members who are passionate advocates for their areas, their sub areas, their communities, but also the entire region. Board Member McLeod, for example, came out early a Saturday morning and spent his day with me looking at light rail potential stations in Everett. And I just really appreciate how committed everybody is. And I think you saw that in the unanimous vote to support Ballard. So I'm really grateful to be moving this package forward, this enterprise initiative forward. I'm grateful that it completes the spine from Tacoma to Everett, fully connecting the region's job centers, which benefits the entire region. And using a racial and economic equity lens, prioritize Everett and Tacoma. And I wanted to just take a moment to talk about that because we've been talking a lot about Ballard and West Seattle and other projects. And I always talk about the spine, and I'm sure you get sick of me. But I want you to know who I'm talking about when I talk about the spine. When Everett Link opens in South Everett in 2037, it will serve a community who earns $67,000 per household. Most of those households are doubled and tripled up. Who are 64% renters and 49% BIPOC. 1/3 of these families speak a language other than English at home. So this is really an important part of the system that we'll be delivering on. And I really appreciate this entire board's support of delivering on the spine. We've seen the positive transformational changes that light rail has brought to the communities. And so delivering on this proposal is about that. It's about shared prosperity across the entire region. And I'm very happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Balducci.
Thank you, Chair. I want to join all my colleagues in acknowledging and appreciating the truly immense amount of work and the difficulty of the balancing that has been done here under your leadership and with the rest of the board and the staff. The staff has turned themselves inside out to give us options to consider here. I have dedicated the better part of my adult life to this project, to expanding transit in this region. I have gone gray in the service of expanding transit in this region. And I have always believed that we need to push ourselves. We need to never sit on our laurels. We need to never get too comfortable. We need to take challenge as an opportunity. And certainly when you're facing down a $35-ish billion shortfall, that is a crisis that presents an opportunity. I want to appreciate this board and our staff for always embracing innovation when it is presented. I personally have been through, as I said earlier, 3 different realignments of the various programs here. In each case, we have pushed for reforms. I've been proud to push for the technical advisory group that helped us to restructure the organization. And I've been so impressed to watch CEO Constantine implement that reorganization in a way that has strengthened our staffing and our delivery. The Bellevue starter line was the East Side starter line was really innovative. And at first people said it wasn't possible. And it wasn't lost on me that Board Member Strauss named his proposal the Ballard starter line. And I do hope that we get there. We brought on an independent board expert advisor. This package brings that back into being. We have worked on improved cost tracking and reporting and all kinds of cost management measures. I want to point out on one of the slides under capital delivery, cost savings opportunities is listed as saving $8 to $10 billion. And a lot of that is from the hard work within our capital division and the new experts we've brought on board to run the system more leanly. We've implemented best practices from other jurisdictions. Some of these approaches have been more effective than others, but all of them have been very well intended and very very diligently implemented. It is disheartening to keep coming back here. It is disheartening, and some of y'all, this is your first realignment. Congratulations, welcome, welcome to the. But it is so critical that we open our minds and open our vision to be willing to really do things differently than we have done them before. Not always just better at what we have been doing, but truly innovative and truly transformational change. For myself, in this very large realignment project, as we started, I have been looking for us to send a message of commitment to the delivery of these projects and more, transparency so people understand what we're doing and we understand what we're doing, and hope that those projects that are pushed out by decades or are a gray line on a map today that don't have a commitment, that there's hope, and we give enough hope for those folks. All in service of the delivery on our commitments to the taxpayers, the voters who have invested in this and have trusted us to deliver, and our riders. There is so much good in here. A lot of it has been called out. I'm not going to list again, but I am going to say commitment to getting the spine continued moving and getting it done. That is a commitment we have not made good on in decades, and we need to make good on it, and we commit to that here, and moving projects forward. We've made this proposal better here today. I appreciate all of the amendments that were adopted. I was very proud to sponsor some, to support most, and to hope to perfect the ones that we weren't able to get to, or the ones that I couldn't vote for. Ultimately, I have to say that democracy in action is what we are doing here today. Part of democracy is that some of us should give voice to the people who don't see themselves in this proposal, and I'm going to do that today. Ultimately, there's commitment, and there's some transparency, and there's some hope in this proposal, but not enough for my liking. So I'm going to be, as best I can, a positive no vote on final passage. This is not a rejection. It is a challenge. It's a challenge to us to do everything we said and more, to deliver better, to restore the public trust. We're going to have a financial plan. This is directing a financial plan, this action today, and it's going to come back in the fall. I hope to vote yes in the fall. But to get from here to there, I want to see more progress on transparency around the dates that we are delivering projects. I want to see us commit to a path for Ballard better than we have today. Although there's been a lot of good progress, I want to see more of that. And I really want us to do better about, thinking about how we implement the innovations that we talked about today. I want to see that progress on that makes me feel confident that we will get the benefit of the innovation we have asked for today. So I'm going to be a no vote today, but as I said, colleagues, that is not a rejection of this work or a criticism of it. It is a statement on behalf of the people who want to see us keep pushing ourselves, and we need to push ourselves further. And I hope to get to yes later this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion.
Chair.
Board Member Strauss.
Chair, I'll be brief. When the three approaches were shared at the staff retreat, I was very clear that I was a no vote, and what it would take to get me to a yes vote. I will say that today we got very close. We got very close. And I will say that we did not meet my needs of getting to Dravis or given a date. We did get design money, and that's not a small thing. And so immense gratitude for that design money so that we can keep moving forward. So I'm going to end on the positive note because I was very clear from the start to where we are today. So it's no surprise to anyone. But I do want to just highlight the fact that this proposal does complete the promise of building and delivering the spine. And I think that cannot be overlooked. And I just, again, want to appreciate the three county executives for making sure that Ballard has design money. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm reminded of the recent words of former Mayor Greg Nichols, who said, "We've come to that point in the meeting where everything has been said, but not by everybody." So I want to thank again all the board members for all your work, your staffs, the really amazing regional cooperation that we've seen. I mean, we've ended on some points of disagreement here, but In my view, we agree on far, far more than we disagree on. And the way to move forward is moving together on those points of agreement. And we agree the entire ST3 package should be delivered, and we're going to work on it. We agree that the regional system that connects us all is better for each and every one of us over individual parts. And I want to thank the staff, particularly also for amazing work. I know I said a few words a few minutes ago, but it's really been truly, Dow, thank you for your support and all your staff support for really open, transparent, been responsive in very short timeframes for very complex questions. And it's really been amazing, amazing work. I also, thanks for all the thank yous that have been sent my way. But like I say, I've got a team around me, and all of you are part of it, that are really the ones to thank that really got this done. As I say, I'm just the pretty face. Hey. It's not supposed to be funny. But no, truly, this has been a team effort, and we have a lot of work to do. I guess I'm most excited about when we adopt this resolution, we will be able to move forward on those things we all want to do. We will be able to start making progress again on West Seattle and on the Ballard EIS and Tacoma Link and Everett Link, and start on the east side, and all the design work for all those pieces that, even though at this particular point we don't have the funding identified, we're going to do the design work. We're going to get there. And Executive Mello has said this many times, this is the start of the work. This isn't the end of it. This is a plan on how to move forward together. And the real hard work kind of begins now. So I am grateful to all of you. Thank you so much for your cooperation through this. And if for no other reason, I urge you to vote yes as a birthday present to Alex Krieg. He deserves this. So thank you. Any other comments? All right, this requires a roll call vote.
Claudia Balducci?
No.
Board Member Balducci votes no. Angela Burney?
Aye.
Board Member Burney votes aye. Stephanie Fain?
Aye.
Board Member Fain votes aye. Cassie Franklin?
Aye.
Board Member Franklin votes aye. Hunter George?
Aye.
Board Member George votes aye. Thomas McLeod?
Aye.
Board Member McLeod votes aye. Ryan Mello?
Aye.
Board Member Mello votes aye. Julie Meredith?
Aye.
Board Member Meredith votes aye. Teresa Mosqueda?
Aye.
Board Member Mosqueda votes aye. David Partial?
Aye.
Board Member Partial votes aye. Ed Prince?
Aye.
Board Member Prince votes aye. Kim Roscoe?
Yes.
Board Member Roscoe votes aye. Dan Strauss?
No.
Board Member Strauss votes no. Pete Von Reichbauer? Board Member Von Reichbauer votes aye. Christina Walker?
Aye.
Board Member Walker votes aye. Katie Wilson?
Aye.
Board Member Wilson votes aye. Gurmai Zahalai?
Aye.
Board Member Zahalai votes aye. And Dave Summers?
Aye.
And Chair Summers, with your vote, that's 16 affirmative votes and 2 no votes.
Thank you. The resolution passes. We have another action item, but first Dow has.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very briefly, thank you and thank the board for all of the work that you put into bringing us to this point, and particularly Mr. Chair for the difficult task of putting together a plan that delivers such a high percentage what was approved in 2016. I want to direct my remarks to the staff. You've received a lot of very well-deserved thanks and credit from many here on the dais today, and I wanted to add my thanks to that. The staff has performed remarkably, taking on an extraordinarily difficult task under extraordinarily difficult circumstances, even while delivering many new light rail extensions over the course of the last year. We are excited to finally be able to move forward. And I am confident that this team that we have built and that we are building is equal to the difficult task ahead of us to create the rest of the picture, to bring together the resources we need to deliver what the voters approved in Sound Transit 3. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our staff for a job very well done.
Thank you, Dow. So our last action item is resolution number R 2026-12. We had a staff presentation on it many hours ago. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second,
Who was the second?
Cassie.
Thank you. Any discussion? This also requires a roll call vote.
Claudia Balducci. Angela Burney.
Aye.
Board Member Burney votes aye. Stephanie Fain.
Aye.
Board Member Fain votes aye. Cassie Franklin.
Aye.
Board Member Franklin votes aye. Hunter George.
Aye.
Board Member George votes aye. Thomas McLeod.
Aye.
Board Member McLeod votes aye. Ryan Mello.
Aye.
Board Member Mello votes aye. Julie Meredith.
Aye.
Board Member Meredith votes aye. Teresa Mosqueda.
Aye.
Board Member Mosqueda votes aye. David Partial.
Aye.
Board Member Partial votes aye. Ed Prince.
Aye.
Board Member Prince votes aye. Kim Roscoe.
Aye.
Board Member Roscoe votes aye. Dan Strauss.
Aye.
Board Member Strauss votes aye. Pete Von Reichbauer.
Aye.
Board Member Von Reichbauer votes aye. Christina Walker.
Aye.
Board Member Walker votes aye. Katie Wilson.
Aye.
Board Member Wilson votes aye. Gurmai Zahalai.
Aye.
Board Member Zahalai votes aye. And Dave Summers.
Aye.
And Chair Summers, that's 17 affirmative votes.
Thank you. Resolution passes. Thank you so much. There are no other reports today. There's no need for an additional executive session. There's no additional business. So the next meeting of the Board of Directors will take place on Thursday, June 25th from 1:30 to 4. And the meeting will take place here in the Ruth Fisher Boardroom as well as via Zoom. So with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.